Welcome back to the second part of the ultimate HTML and CSS series. In the first part, we covered the fundamentals of web development with HTML and CSS. In this part, we're going to talk about the advanced HTML and CSS concepts that are used in building almost every website. We'll talk about layouts, topography, images, forms, transformations, animations, and writing clean, maintainable CSS. All these topics are absolutely important because in the next part, we're going to put everything together and build a beautiful website for an imaginary cloud hosting company called Moshify. If you want to play with this website, just head over to moshify.com and see it for yourself. This is what you're going to build in the next part. So make sure to watch every lesson in this part and get ready for the next step. I'm Mosh Hamidani, and I'm super excited to be your instructor. Now, let's jump in and get started. Before we get started, let's make sure that you're the right student for this course. So as I said, this is the second part of my HTML and CSS series, so ideally you should have watched the first part. If not, at least you need to be familiar with basic HTML elements, such as elements for displaying text, images, lists, tables, and containers. You should also know basic CSS properties for applying colors, borders, shadows, and so on. You should also know CSS selectors and pseudo selectors, and be able to use Chrome DevTools to inspect elements and network traffic. If you don't know any of these topics well, this course is probably going to be a little bit challenging for you, and you need to go back to the first part. With all that, let's move on to the next lesson. We all have our own way of learning things, but let me share what I think is the best way to take this course. Going forward, in every section, we're going to focus on a particular topic, such as creating layouts and positioning elements. Now, every section includes a few lessons, followed by summary notes, which you can download as a PDF, and then comes a few exercises. Now, one way to take this course is to watch the lessons, then read the summary notes, and do the exercises. But I think it's better if you get actively involved while watching these videos. You may take notes or just code along with me, whatever you prefer. But if you get actively involved, your brain will learn faster, and you will also remember most of the materials. If you watch an entire section passively and then try to do the exercises, there is so much you have to recall. That's just my opinion. So get involved and make sure to complete the exercises, because these are not just some random exercises. I've carefully designed these exercises for you to help you learn, understand, and remember the materials. That was my 2 cents. Now, let's move on to the next lesson. So now that you have learned the basics of HTML and CSS, let's talk about creating layouts. So in this section, you're going to learn everything you need to know to size and position elements on the screen. We're going to cover so many topics such as the CSS box model, sizing elements, overflowing, various measurement units, absolute and relative positioning, floating elements, flexbox and grid layouts, as well as media queries. This section is a bit longer than other sections, but it's the essence of this course, so make sure to watch every lesson carefully and complete all the exercises. Now, let's jump in and get started. One of the very important concepts in CSS is the concept of box model, which means whenever the browser renders an element, it puts that element inside an invisible box. At the core of this box, we have the content area. This is where our content is displayed. So if you have a paragraph element with some text, our text is shown here. Outside of the content area, we have the padding area, which is used for adding some space outside of the content area. Next, we have the border area. So if you have a border, the border is shown here. And finally, we have the margin area, which is used to add some space in between different elements. This is what we call the box model. Now let's see this in action. So let's define a paragraph element with some text. Here's what we get. Now let's inspect this element. Note that when I hover my mouse over this element in the DOM, this element is going to get highlighted. Take a look. So this is the box model. At the core, we have the blue area, which is the content area. And outside of that, we have the orange area, which is the margin area. In this example, we don't have the padding and border areas because we haven't set them. We'll get there in a second. Now, how do I know which color represents which area? Well, we have a legend here. So look at the Styles tab down the bottom. Here's our legend. So blue represents the content area. And over here, we can see the size of this area. So our content area is 531 pixels wide and 18 pixels high. Outside of the content area, we have the padding area, which is empty. We also have the border area, which is empty. And finally, we can see the margin area, which has 16 pixels margin on top and bottom and no margins on left and right. Now, where do these numbers come from? Well, 16 pixels is assigned by Chrome by default. Other browsers may assign different values for the margin area, but most browsers use 16 pixels for top and bottom margins. Now, let's see how we can use CSS to control the size of these areas. So, let's define a rule for our paragraph element and set the padding property. Here we can supply 4 values just like the border property. So we have top, right, bottom, and left. So I'm going to go with 10, 20, 10, 20. Or turbo, right? Now, if we don't supply the last value, this last value is for what? Left padding. If we don't supply this, the browser will use the value for right padding, which is 20 pixels. So whether we type this or not is not going to make a difference. Now, similarly, if we don't supply the last value, this last value is for what? Bottom padding. So if we don't supply this, the browser will use the value for top padding, which is 10 pixels. So 1020 is the short form of writing 1020, 1020. Now, if you have 2 values, the first value represents the vertical padding, whereas the second value represents horizontal padding. Now, let's give this element a border of 5 pixels, solid, gold. So here's what we get. Note that the padding is the space between the border and the content area, whereas margin is the space outside of the border. So we use margin to space elements, okay? Now, look at our legend again. In the padding area, we have 20 pixels horizontal padding and 10 pixels vertical padding. And because of this left padding, our text has shifted 20 pixels to the right? Now we can change these values directly here. So we can double click here and change the left padding to 0. Now our text moved to the left. Just remember, any changes we make here are applied as inline styles to DOM elements. So here's our paragraph element. As you can see, the padding left property is applied as an inline style, okay? So the changes are purely in the DOM. They're not reflected in our HTML or CSS code. So this is the idea of the box model. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know how to use the padding and margin properties properly, and that's why they end up with a lot of issues in their layouts. So let me clarify this once for all. So first, I'm going to duplicate this paragraph element so we can see 2 elements next to each other. Now, let's get rid of the border property and set the padding to 20 pixels and margin to 0. So we want to get rid of the default margin that the browser applies, okay? Let's see what we get. So we have 2 paragraph elements. Now, I'm going to hover over each of these elements, and I want you to pay close attention to the padding area. So here's the first element. Below the content area, we have 20 pixels bottom padding, right? Now I'm going to hover the second element. Above the content area, we have 20 pixels top padding. So what is the actual space between these 2 elements? It's 20 pixels plus 20 pixels, which is 40 pixels, okay? Now, let's replace padding with margin and set padding to 0. Let's see what we get. You can immediately see that these elements are closer. This is what we call margin collapsing. If you have 2 elements next to each other, their margins get collapsed into a single margin. So look at the first element. We have 20 pixels bottom margin. Now look at the second element. We have 20 pixels top margin, but the top margin of the second element is collapsed into the bottom margin of the first element. This is what we call margin collapsing. So technically, you should use the margin property to separate elements and the padding property to add space between the border and the content area of an element. This is the right way to use these properties. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of weird issues in your layouts. So that's all about the box model. Next, we're going to talk about sizing elements. Okay, now let's talk about sizing elements. So I'm going to define a div with a class of box. Now, let's define a rule for our box and give it a width of 100 pixels a height of 100 pixels, and a background color of gold. So here's what we get. Now, if we hover our mouse over this element in the DOM, right here, we can see the actual size of this element. So 100 by 100 pixels, right? Now, this is where a lot of people new to CSS get confused. If we apply a padding or a border, our box is going to get bigger. Let me show you. So let's set a padding of 20 pixels and a border of 10 pixel solid orange. Look, our box got bigger because by default, the width and height properties are applied to the content box. So any padding or border that we apply will increase the size of the visible box. Now let's find out the actual size of this box. It is 160 by 160 pixels. Look at the legend. So we have a left border of 10 pixels, a left padding of 20 pixels, the content area is 100 pixels, then we have a right padding of 20 pixels, and a right border of 10 pixels. When we add all these numbers together, we'll come up with 160 pixels. So this is what you need to take away. By default, the width and height properties are applied to the content box, and any padding or border that we apply will increase the size of the visible box. But what about the margin property? The margin property does not impact the size of the visible box. It will just move this box away from other boxes. Let's find out. So I'm going to set the margin to 50 pixels. Look, our box moved away from its original position, but its size hasn't changed. It's still 160 by 160 pixels, okay? So let's get rid of the margin property. So as you can see, calculating the actual size of an element can get a little bit complex. We don't want to go through this hassle all the time. So this is where the box sizing property comes to the rescue. By default, this property is set to content box. That is why we have this weird behavior. But if we set this to border box, the size that we specify here will be applied to the border box. So look, our box is now 100 pixels by 100 pixels. Look at the legend. We have 10 pixels left border and 20 pixels padding left. These values are subtracted from the width of 100 pixels. That is why our content area is now reduced to 40 pixels. Now, if we remove the padding and border properties, our box is still 100 by 100 pixels. In this case, the content area is now 100 by 100 pixels. So by setting the box sizing property, calculating the size of an element becomes easier and more predictable. But there's a problem here. We don't want to apply this property to every single HTML element. What if we have another element with the class of product? We don't want to repeat this. This is where we can use the universal selector. So on the top, we can use the universal selector to select all HTML elements. I didn't cover this in the previous section because, quite frankly, there are not many use cases for the universal selector, and you shouldn't use it that often because it can have performance implications. So most of the time, we use the universal selector to select all elements and set their box sizing property to border box. That is the most common scenario. Now, let's get rid of this property. So box sizing is applied on the top, and we'll still get the same result. There's just one problem. This rule does not apply to pseudo elements. Remember pseudo elements, like the before or after elements? If we insert a pseudo element in our DOM, this rule will not apply to that pseudo element. Let me show you. So I'm going to define a new rule, box before. So we're going to insert something before the content of our box. I'm going to say hello. Take a look. So here's our box. Let's expand it in the DOM. So here's our pseudo element before. Now this element is using the default box sizing, that is content box. Let me show you. So look at the computed tab. And here we have four properties: content, display, height, and width. There is no box sizing. But if we select another element, like our box, here we have the box sizing property. So to solve this problem, we need to extend this rule like this. So all elements before, all elements after. Now this property is applied to all elements as well as all the elements that are inserted before or after the content of these elements. So take a look. So let's select our pseudo element before, and under the computed tab, you can see box sizing is set to border box. So this is a more comprehensive way of setting the box sizing property. Now, one last thing before we finish this lesson. The width and height properties are only applied to block level elements. So earlier I told you that block level elements are inserted on a new line and they take up the entire available horizontal space. So look at our box. Even though it's 100 by 100 pixels, it's taking the entire available horizontal space. So if you add a second box, this new box is inserted on a new line, okay? So divs are block level elements. Now let's replace these divs with spans. So I'm going to select this div and hold down Command and D on Mac or Control and D on Windows to select the second div occurrence. Now we have two cursors, right? Let's press Command and D one more time. Now we have three cursors, and one more time, we have four cursors. Let's replace all these elements with a span. Save the changes. What's going on here? The reason this is happening is because inline elements don't respect the width and height properties. But what if you want to have an inline element and be able to give it a width and a height? This is where we use the display property. For span or inline elements in general, this property is set to inline by default. For divs, it's set to block. But we have a third value here called inline block. This is like the combination of inline and block level elements. Just like block level elements, we can give these elements a width and a height. And just like inline elements, these elements are not inserted on a new line. So we're going to have two boxes laid out horizontally next to each other, but these boxes will have a dimension. Take a look. So save. Here you go. Now, in case you're wondering why we have this space in between these two boxes, here's the reason. I'll put the cursor on the end of this line. Now I'm going to press the right arrow. See, we have a few spaces in between these elements. All these spaces are normalized into a single space, and that's the reason we have a bit of space in between these two boxes. If you want to get rid of these boxes, we have to put these spans next to each other. Now, they're completely attached to each other. So let's quickly recap. Using the width and height properties, we can set the size of our elements. But as you saw, by default, the size is applied to the content box, which can get a little bit complicated. So, using the box sizing property, we tell browsers that the size should be applied to the border box. Now, we don't want to add this declaration for every single HTML element. So this is where we use the universal selector to target all HTML elements. And finally, inline elements like span don't respect the width and height properties. To be able to give them a width and a height, we have to set their display to inline block. An important concept you need to know when dealing with fixed-sized elements is that sometimes overflow may happen. So we might have a container with a fixed size, and we might have too much content inside this container. So the container cannot fit the entire content. That is when overflow happens. Just like when you have a glass of water and you pour too much water in it. So let's create a div with the class of box. Now, let's define a rule for our box and give it a border of 3 pixels, solid gold, a width of 150 pixels, and a height of 150 pixels as well. Now, back to our markup. Let's add a long paragraph here. Let's say a paragraph with 20 words. So, in this case, we don't have overflow because the box is big enough to fit the entire content. But what if we add a longer paragraph, a paragraph with 50 words? See, this is overflow in action. Now we can use the overflow property to control how overflow should behave. So back to our box. If we set the overflow property to, look, the default value is visible, and that is why we see the overflow. But if we set it to hidden, the extra content will be hidden. So here's what we get. Another possible value is scroll. When we use this, we see 2 scroll bars, a horizontal and a vertical scroll bar. Now, these scroll bars are not shown in the recent versions of macOS. They only appear when I start scrolling, okay? But on Windows, I believe we should see both scroll bars. Now, these scroll bars are pretty ugly, so we don't want to show them all the time. We want to show them only if there is extra content. So we can set the overflow property to auto. With this, the scroll bars will only appear if overflow happens, okay? Now, one thing you need to know here is that this overflow property is a shorthand for two properties, overflow X and overflow Y. If we supply a single value, this value will be used for both directions, horizontal and vertical. But sometimes we want to have more control over overflow in different directions. For example, for the horizontal axis, we may want to hide the overflow, so use hidden here. And for the vertical axis, we may want to show scroll bars only if there's extra content. There is no right or wrong here. The values you use really depends on the kind of layout you're going to build. So don't get hung up on these values. All I want you to take away from this lesson is that if you have a fixed size container and there is too much content inside that container, overflow will happen. And we use the overflow property to determine if you want to show the extra content or hide them or show the scroll bars or not. This is all about overflowing. So far, we have only used pixels to size elements. But in CSS, we have quite a few units of measurement that fall into two categories, absolute and relative. Absolute units are always fixed. The value doesn't change. Examples of units in this category are pixel, which you have seen, point, inch, centimeter, millimeter, and so on. Now, the last four units you see here are mainly used in printing. They have no applications for the web. So let's get rid of them to simplify our table. Relative units are relative to something else. For example, we have percentages that are relevant to the size of the parent element. We have VW and VH, which are relative to the size of the viewport, and M and Rem, which are relative to the font size. What unit you use depends on what problem you're trying to solve. So let's see these units in action. All right, I'm going to start by creating a div with the class of box. Now, let's give this box a bunch of styles. I'm going to give it a width of 100 pixels, a height of 100 pixels, and a background color of gold. So here's what we get. The size of this box is always the same, no matter how big the screen is. So if you view this page on a small device like a mobile or a tablet, our box is going to stay at the same size. We can verify this by resizing the browser window. So look, our box is staying at the same size. For this reason, some people argue that we should never use pixel values because they are not scalable. We cannot use them to create web pages that are responsive to screen sizes. Well, I disagree. Pixel values definitely have applications. For example, let's give this box a top border. So we're going to set the border top property to 3 pixels solid orange. Take a look. I want this border to always be the same size no matter how big the screen is. So if you view this page on a wide screen, I don't want this border to look really thick. I always want it to be 3 pixels tall. So this is one application of pixel values, okay? Now let's talk about relative values. So I'm going to change the width of this box to 50%. That means 50% of the width of the parent element. What is the parent of this element? Well, here in the markup, here's our box. The parent element is the body element. But look at the styles we have applied to the body element. The body element currently doesn't have a width. So let's give it a width of 300 pixels. That means our box is going to be 150 pixels. Let's verify it. So here's our box. Let's inspect it. Now we go to the Computer tab. Down the bottom, look at the width property. It's 150 pixels. So all these relative values eventually get converted to pixel values by the browser, okay? Now, what if we remove this property? What is the default width of this element? Well, the body element is a block level element, and by default, the width of block level elements is 100%. That is why the stretch to take up the entire available horizontal space. So our body element takes up 100% of the width of the page, and our box takes up half of the page. So here's what we get. Now you might be wondering why we have some space around the box. This is the result of the margin property that we applied to the body element earlier in the course. So if we comment this out, now the space is gone, and the box takes up exactly 50% of the page. Now here's the interesting part. If we resize the browser window, our box also gets resized. This is the benefit of using relative units. With relative units, we can create layouts that adjust to screen sizes. With relative units, we can create more scalable layouts, okay? Now, what if we want this box to take up the entire available vertical space? You might say, well, we can set the height to 100%. Well, let's see what happens. Where's our box? To explain the reason, I'm going to create an empty div. So right after our box, I'm going to create an empty div. Now, let's inspect this div. So inside the body element, here's our empty div. Now look at the dimensions of this div. It's 550 pixels by 0. Now on your machine, you're probably going to see a different width. 550 is the width of my browser window, okay? But what matters here is that the height of this div is 0. So by default, the width of block level elements is 100% and their height is 0. If you add some content inside these elements, their height will increase to fit the content. So if we type hello here, now look at the height of our div. The height has increased to 18 pixels, so we can see the word hello, okay? Now, let's remove this div. We don't need it anymore. Back to the problem. We are saying the height of this box should be 100% of the height of its parent element. Now, the parent element, which is the body element, currently doesn't have a height property. So by default, its height is going to be 0. Now, in this particular example, the only absolute unit we're using is for the border top property. So the height of the body element will increase to 3 pixels, and that is the reason why we see the border but not the box. So how can we make the box take up the entire available vertical space? This is where we use viewport units. With these units, we can size our elements according to the width or height of the viewport. So I'm going to replace the percentage with VH, which is short for viewport height. So this unit means 100% of the height of the viewport. Now, take a look. Our box takes up the entire available vertical space. And if you resize the browser window, our box also resizes. Now, similar to VH, we also have VW, which is short for viewport width. So 50 VW means 50% of the width of the viewport. Now, we get the same result as before. Our box is taking 50% of the width of the viewport, okay? So let's remove this comment. We have two more relative units called M and Rem, which are relative to the font size. We use these units in situations where we want to adjust the layout according to the font size. For example, if the font becomes bigger, we want the width to increase as well. So if we set the width to 10M, some people call this EM, you can call it whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. 10M means 10 times the font size of the current element. What is the font size of this element? Well, this element currently doesn't have a font size, so it's going to inherit the font size property from its parent element, which is the body element. But the body element doesn't have a font size property either. So it's going to inherit the font size property of the HTML element. All browsers give the HTML element the base font size of 16 pixels. So 10M means 10 times 16 pixels, which means 160 pixels. Let's verify this. So let's inspect our box. And here in the computer tab, let's look at the width property. That's 160 pixels. So in this case, our box inherited the font size of the root element, which is the HTML element. If we set the font size directly here, let's say 20 pixels, then the width is going to be 20 times 10, which is 200 pixels. Let's verify it. So look at the width, it's 200 pixels. So this is how the M unit works. But there's a problem with the M unit. If we don't have an explicit font size on this element, we have to trace up the inheritance hierarchy to figure out what font size will be applied to this element. Sometimes this can get pretty complicated, so that's why we have another unit called rem. So if we change this to 10 rem, that means 10 times the font size of the root element. Now, what is the font size of the root element? By default, is 16 pixels. So there's only one number that we have to remember to calculate the actual length. We don't have to walk up the inheritance hierarchy, okay? Now, what if we set the width to 15 rem? That means 15 times 16 pixels. In this case, again, the calculation is going to get complex. So let me show you a cool trick. On the top, we can define a rule for the HTML element and set its font size to 62.5%. That means 62.5% of 16 pixels. Grab a calculator, do the math, you're going to get 10 pixels. So if we set the font size of the root element to 62.5%, that means whenever we see a value like 15 rem, we can assume it is equivalent to 150 pixels. So we multiply it by 10. That makes our calculations easier. So here's our box. Look at the width. It's 150 pixels. Now let's see the benefit of the rem unit in action. Here on our markup, let's add a paragraph with some dummy text. Very simple, okay? So here's what we get. As I told you before, the default font size that the browser gives to the HTML element is 16 pixels. Now, some users change the default setting and increase or decrease the default font size. For example, here in Chrome, we can click on this icon, then go to Settings, and search for font size. So take a look. The default setting is medium, which is recommended. That is 16 pixels. Now, if we set this to very large, our text is going to get larger. Look, our text is larger, but so is our box. So if you have larger text, our box also expands to show more words per line. This is the benefit of using the M or rem units. Similarly, if we change the font size to very small, both the box and the text are smaller. Now look at the final code. In this example, we're using 3 different units: rem, VH, and pixel. So there is no such a thing as the best unit. What unit you use depends on what problem you're trying to solve. In this example, we used pixels to have a fixed size border. We used VH, so our box takes up the entire available space vertically. And we used rem, so the width of this box adjusts based on the default font size. So we have covered everything you need to know about sizing elements. Going forward, we're going to talk about various techniques for positioning elements and creating layouts. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can precisely position elements on the screen. So let's start off by creating a div with the class of boxes. Inside this div, we want to have 3 divs, each with the class of box. So div.box times 3. Okay, now let's define a few styles. So for our boxes container, we're going to define a border of 3 pixels, solid, light gray. And for each box, we're going to define a width of 5 rem and height of 5 rem. Now here I'm using a relative unit that is dependent on the font size of the root element, but we could also use percentages, pixels, and so on. That is irrelevant here, okay? Now, I want each box to have a different color. So I don't want to apply the background color property here. Instead, we're going to go to our markup and give each box an extra class. So here we can say box 1, box 2, and box 3. So each element can have multiple classes separated by a space, okay? Now, for our box 1, we're going to set the background color to gold. For box 2, we're going to set the background color to tomato. And for box 3, we're going to set the background color to Dodger blue. Let's see what we get up to this point. So, very basic layout. Now in this lesson, we're using these abstract boxes, but in a real scenario, these boxes could be anything. We could have images, headings, paragraphs, any kind of elements. That is irrelevant. What we want to talk about now is positioning. So let's say we want to position this second box and move it a little bit to the right. This is where we use the position property. So here's our second box. First, we set the position to. Here we have a few values like absolute, fixed, relative, static, and so on. By default, the position of all elements is static, which means they're not positioned. They appear exactly in their normal position. Now, to position this element, first we should change the position property to relative. So we can position this element relative to its normal position. Now, using these properties like top, right, bottom, and left, we can move this box around. So if we set left to 5 rem, we're going to add 5 rems of space on the left side of this box, and this will push the box to the right side. Now here we can also use a negative value like -4, and this will move the box to the left side. So look, it's off the screen. This is a very popular technique for creating elements that are initially off the screen, and then using some fancy animations, they pop to existence. So we can set the left property to a positive or a negative value. Once again, I'm using a rem unit here, but it doesn't mean we should always use the rem unit to set the left property. The unit we use depends on what we're building. Sometimes pixels make sense, other times percentages, rems, and so on. So here's the left property. We also have the right property. If we set this to 4 rem, this is exactly like setting the left property to -4 rem. So let's delete this, and look, we get the same result. Now let's set this back to left. We also have top and bottom. So we can add some space on top of the box. Let's say 2 rems, and this moves the box down. Or we can add space from the bottom. Let's say 4 rems. So here's what we get. Now, one thing I want you to pay attention to here is that the yellow and the blue boxes are exactly where they're supposed to be. They are not affected by positioning this element, okay? Also, note that here we have overlapping. This orange element appears on top of the yellow element because it comes last in the DOM, but we can easily change the stacking order of these elements. So back to the second box, we can set the z-index property to a positive or a negative value to move this box along the z-axis. So on web pages, we have 3 axes: the horizontal axis, which is also called the x-axis, the vertical axis, which is the y-axis, and the z-axis, which represents depth. You can think of it like a line that comes from the screen towards your eyes, okay? Now, by default, the z-index property of all elements is 0. If we set this to a positive value like 1, this element moves closer to us. If we set it to a negative value, it moves away from us. So now I've set this to -1, and look, our orange box is behind the yellow box because the z-index property of the yellow box is 0. If we set it to a positive value, now it appears on top of the yellow box, okay? Now, the value that we set here doesn't really matter. We could set it to 1, 2, 100, whatever. Sometimes people use magic numbers like a bunch of 9s. Everyone has their own preference. What matters is that the higher this number, the higher that element will move up the z-axis, okay? So with relative positioning, we can move an element relative to its normal position, and this does not impact the other elements on the page. Now, in contrast to relative positioning, we have absolute positioning. With absolute positioning, we can position an element relative to its container. Let me show you how to do this. First, we have to go to that container and set the position property to relative. This is really important. If we want to position our orange box relative to its container, the container must be positioned relatively, okay? Now, we go to our second box and set the position to absolute. Then we're going to set right to 0 and bottom to 0. And by the way, whenever you use the 0 number, you don't need to specify a unit, okay? So now let's save the changes and see what we get. So our orange box is positioned relative to its container. It's on the bottom right corner of this container, okay? Now here's the important part. Look at the blue box. The blue box moved up. Previously, the orange box was here and the blue box was right below. But now that we're absolutely positioning the orange box, the blue box moved up. Why is this happening? Well, when we absolutely position an element, that element is removed from the normal flow of the page, which means from the parent's point of view, that element doesn't exist. You can imagine it's on a separate layer. So this container only sees these 2 boxes. The orange box is on a different layer, and this has nothing to do with the z-index property. All I'm saying is that when we absolutely position an element, that element is removed from the normal flow of the page, and all the other elements are rendered as if the absolutely positioned element doesn't exist, okay? So to recap, with absolute positioning, we can position an element relative to its container. And for this to happen, the container should be positioned relatively, okay? Now, sometimes we want to position an element relative to the viewport. For example, we want to have a navigation bar that always stays on the top. So back to the second box, let's set the position to fixed. We don't need the right property anymore. Let's just set top to 0. If you pay close attention, The orange box is now outside of our container because it's positioned relative to the viewport, which is this visible area of the browser. So this element is always going to stay on the top, even if you scroll down. To demonstrate this, I'm going to give the body element a height of 200 VH, which means 200% of the height of the viewport. So whatever the height of the viewport is, we're going to multiply it by 2, and that makes our page longer. So now let's scroll down. Look, the orange box always stays on the top, like a top navigation bar. Now, one last thing before we finish this lesson. There are 2 ways to set the size of positioned elements. One way is to use the width and height properties, which is what we have done so far. Another way is to use the combination of left and right or top and bottom. For example, for our second box, let's set left to 2 rems, right to 2 rems. Now, if we save the changes, nothing happens because we have explicitly set the width and height of these boxes. But for the second box, what we can do now is, here we set the width to auto and let the browser decide how wide this box should be. Now, look at the result. Look, here we have 2 rems of space on the left and the right side of the box. And if we resize the window, our box is going to keep this proportion. So let's quickly recap. With relative positioning, we can position an element relative to its normal position. The other elements are not affected. With absolute positioning, we can position an element relative to its positioned container. That's why we had to apply a relative position on the container. And finally, with fixed positioning, we can position an element relative to the viewport. Okay, now let's talk about floating elements. This is another technique for positioning elements and creating layouts. So let's say we want to display a tweet. What HTML element can we use to represent a tweet? We can use the article element, because with the article, we can represent any independent, self-contained piece of content. So we're going to have an article. We can give it a class of tweet for styling. Now, inside this article, we're going to have an image and some text. In this lesson, I'm not going to use an image to keep things simple. Instead, we're going to use a div with the class of avatar. Next to that, we're going to have a paragraph with some dummy text. Okay. Now let's define some styles. So I'm going to define a rule for the class of avatar and give it a width of 5 rem, a height of 5 rem, and a background color of gold. Now here I'm using a relative unit. So if the default text size changes, our image also resizes accordingly. All right, now let's see what we get. So here's the result. Our paragraph element is appearing on a new line because paragraphs are block level elements. And as you know, block level elements begin on a new line. Now, to put this paragraph next to the avatar, we're going to use the float property. So here we're going to set float to left, and this will float the avatar element to the left side of its container. And as a result of that, all the subsequent elements will flow around it. Take a look. So our avatar element is pushed to the left side of its container, which is the tweet, and our paragraph is flowing around it. Now back to our markup, let's add a paragraph with some more text. Let's say 50 words. See what's happening? Our text is flowing around the image or the avatar. This is how floats work. Now currently our text is so close to the avatar. What CSS property should we use to space them? The margin property, right? So here we can apply a right margin to the avatar or a left margin to the paragraph. Because we already have a rule for the avatar class, I would prefer to apply a right margin here as opposed to defining another rule for paragraph elements. So here we can set margin right to 0.5 rem. Once again, I'm using a relative unit, so if the text size changes, the space also adjusts accordingly. We could also use pixels here, like 10 pixels. There is no right or wrong. So we have some space between the avatar and the paragraph. Great. Now we can also float elements to the right side of their container. So if we set float to right, now our avatar is pushed to the right side of its container. And just like before, the paragraph elements are flowing around it. Now let's set this back to left. Here's what we get. Now, there are situations where we don't want the second element here to flow around the floated element. Maybe here we have a link or an icon for replying to this tweet, liking it, or retweeting it. We want all these icons to appear right below the tweet. So how can we push this paragraph below the avatar? This is where we use the clear property. So here we're going to define another class called clear. We could call it anything. The name doesn't matter. In this class, we set the clear property to left because we have an element that is floated to the left. If our element was floated to the right, we had to set the clear property to right. Okay? Now there is another value. We can set this to both. So if you have elements that are floated to the left or to the right, this will clear all of those floats. In fact, a lot of people prefer to set clear to both because this way we don't have to remember the direction of floats. Okay? Now we're going to apply this class to our second paragraph element. So back to the markup. Let's set the class to clear. Take a look. Our second paragraph is below the image or the avatar. So this is how floated elements work. Now there is a problem with floats called parent collapsing, which means parent elements don't see floated elements and they collapse. Let me show you what I mean. Back to our style sheet, I'm going to define a rule for our tweet and give it a border of 3 pixels, solid, light, gray. So everything looks fine now, but let's see what happens if we remove the second paragraph. So here's the second paragraph, delete. Now, see what happened? Our parent element, which is the article with the class of tweet, has collapsed. Now it only contains this paragraph element. So it's not containing the avatar because avatar is a floated element. And by default, parent elements don't see floated elements. They're invisible to them. So in this case, our parent element has gotten tall enough just to contain this paragraph. If we remove this paragraph, our parent element will collapse even more. Let me show you. So I'm going to delete this paragraph. Now, see, all we see now is just the border of the parent element because there is nothing inside the parent element. So how can we solve this problem? Well, we have a couple of different solutions. First, let's bring the paragraph back. Now, one way to solve this problem is to add an empty div at the end of this container to clear the float. So here we can add a div with the class of clear, and this solves the problem. So pretty much whenever we use floats, we have to clear after. Otherwise, we run into weird layout issues. So this is one way, but there's a problem with this approach. This div is not meaningful or descriptive to search engines and screen readers because we have purely added this div to solve a layout issue. So our HTML markup is not semantic. That is the problem with this approach. There is another way to solve this problem. We can use pseudo elements. So earlier we talked about before and after pseudo elements. With these pseudo elements, we can add content before or after the content of an element. So we can remove this div, go back to our style sheet, and write a new rule like this. Tweet after. So we want to insert an element after the content of the tweet element. Here we're going to set the content property to just a pair of quotes, which means no content. We can use single or double quotes. It doesn't matter. Now this element by default is an inline element. So here we have to use the display property to convert it to a block level element, just like a div. And then we set clear to both. So with this code, we're essentially adding that div dynamically without polluting our markup with non-semantic elements. Okay? So take a look. We get the same result as before. Now, what if we have used a floated element somewhere else on this page, but outside of a tweet? Let's say we have an element for displaying an advertisement. So we might have a class called add. To solve the floating issue, we would have to use after pseudo element selector one more time and repeat all these styles. This is bad. We don't want duplication in our code. So what we can do here is we rename this class to something more general, something more reusable. We can call this clear or clear fix. That's a common name a lot of people use. Some people call it CF, but you shouldn't use abbreviations because they make your code hard to read. So let's call it clear fix. Now, we go back to our markup and apply a second class to our article element. So after tweet, we type clear fix. So an element can have multiple classes separated by a space. Now, let's take a look. the problem is fixed. So this is another way to solve this problem. Now there is a third way. We can use the overflow property. So I'm going to remove the clearFix class. Now, back to our tweet. Here we're going to set the overflow property to any value other than visible. We can set it to auto, but the problem with auto is that sometimes depending on how we have laid things out, you might end up getting scroll bars. Alternatively, we can set this to hidden. But as you know, with hidden, sometimes our content may get clipped. So overflow is not really the best way to solve this problem, even though it works. So if we go back to the browser, see, the problem is solved and we didn't have to clear the float. To be quite honest with you, I haven't used the overflow property to solve this problem because this is what we call a hack, which means a dirty solution. So overall, floats are a bit hard to work with. We have to deal with parent collapsing. We have to clear floats after. That's why you shouldn't use floats to build layouts. We used floats in the past when we didn't have tools like Flexbox and Grid. So going forward, to create layouts, you should use Flexbox or Grid. But I know there are still millions of websites out there that are using floats, and you might be maintaining one of these websites. So that's why I included this lesson in this course, so you understand how floats work. Next, we're going to talk about Flexbox. All right, now let's talk about Flexbox or the flexible box layout. Flexbox, or sometimes called Flex, is basically a layout method for laying out elements in one dimension, like in a row or in a column. It's a lot easier and more powerful than floats. So let's start by creating a div with a class of container. Inside this div, we're going to have 3 divs, each with the class of box. So div.box times 3. Now let's give each box a label. So A, B, and C. So we're done here. Now let's define a bunch of rules. For our container, we're going to set the border to 3 pixels, solid, light, gray. And for our boxes, we're going to set the width to 5 rems, height to 5 rems, background to gold, and margin to 1 rem, so they're a little bit separated. And once again, I'm using rem unit here, but it doesn't mean you have to use rem. The unit we use really depends on what we're building. So let's see what we get up to this point. We get 3 boxes laid out vertically. Now, what if you want to lay these out horizontally? That's where we use Flex. A common application of this is in navigation bars, because in navigation bars, we have a bunch of menu items or hyperlinks laid out horizontally, right? So the first step is to go to this container and enable Flex. So we set the display property to Flex. Now, take a look. Our boxes are laid out horizontally with a single line of code. We didn't have to use floats. We didn't have to clear anything. We didn't have to deal with parent collapsing and so on. This is the beauty of Flex. So with Flex, we can lay out a bunch of elements in one direction, either in a row or in a column. We can control the direction by using the Flex direction property. The default value is row. That is why our boxes are laid out in a row. But we can set this to column, and now our boxes are laid out in a column. We also have column reverse. Now our boxes are laid out in the reverse order. So C, B, and A. And another possible value is row reverse. So our boxes are pushed to the right side, and first we have A, then B, and C. This is useful in right to left languages like Arabic, Farsi, and so on. I know my Persian friends are going to love this. So this is the direction. Now let's talk about alignment. To align items, you need to understand the concept of axes in Flex. In Flex, we have 2 axes, the main or the primary axis, and the cross or the secondary axis. These axes are dependent on the direction. So if we set the direction to row, the main axis is going to be the horizontal axis, and the cross axis is going to be the vertical axis. In contrast, if we set the direction to column, the main axis is going to be the vertical axis, whereas the cross axis is going to be the horizontal axis. Now, why does this matter? Well, using these axes, we can easily align items inside their container. Now, to align items, there are 2 properties you need to remember: justify content and align items. We use justify content to align items along the main or the primary axis. And we use the align items property to align items along the cross or the secondary axis. Now, the first time I saw these properties, I was wondering why the names are not consistent. Why isn't the second property called align content? Well, there is actually another property called align content. We'll talk about that shortly. But all I want you to remember for now is that we have two properties for aligning: justify content and align items. These are the properties that we use most of the time. So let's set the direction to row. Now, let's say we want to move these items to the end of the horizontal axis. This is where we use the justify content property. So here in our container, we set justify content to. The default value is flex start, but we can set it to flex end. And now our items are pushed to the end of the horizontal axis. We also have center. Our items are centered. This is very easy to achieve with flexbox. We can also distribute these items along the horizontal axis. So here we have three properties: space evenly, which distributes our items with equal spacing between them. We also have space between. Now, the first and the last items are pushed to the ends of the horizontal axis, and the other items are distributed with equal space between them. Now, you don't need to remember any of these. You can always play with these properties in the browser. So let's inspect this element. Let's select the container and look at the justify content property. So here is space between. We also have space around. With space around, we have some space before the first and after the last item, but the amount of space we have here is half of the space we have in between the other items. Again, you don't need to memorize anything. Just play with these values in the browser to get the ideal look. So now let's set this back to center. Now, using the align items property, we can align these items along the cross or the secondary axis, which is in this case, the vertical axis. The default value is flex start, just like before, but we can set it to flex end to push these items to the end of the vertical axis. Now, in this case, nothing happens because there is not enough space in our container. Our container has gotten tall enough to fit these boxes. And that brings us to another important concept in Flex. Even though we set the display property to Flex here, this container is still a block level element. So by default, it gets tall enough to fit its children. So on the outside, this element is a block level element, but on the inside, it behaves according to the Flexbox rules, okay? So now to align items vertically, first we have to give this container some height. So I'm going to set the height to 90 VH, which means 90% of the viewport height. So we have a lot of space here, and our boxes are pushed to the end of the vertical axis. Now we can also set this to center. See, with Flex, it's so easy to put an element in the center of a container. This wasn't very easy in the past, but with Flex, all we have to do is to set these four properties. So we covered justify content and align items, but what about align content? Well, this property only works if we have multiple lines in our Flex container. Currently, we have a single line, but let's add a few more boxes to create a second line. So back to our markup. Let's duplicate this line a few times. C, D, E, F, and G. We still have one line. Now look at the size of these boxes. I'm going to add one more box. Let's see what happens. Our boxes got smaller. This is the default behavior of a Flex container. These items get smaller so they can fit on one line. We can change this behavior using the Flex Wrap property. So here in our container, we set Flex Wrap to. The default value is no wrap. That is why the items fit on one line. But if it changes to wrap, now items keep their original size, and any extra items that cannot fit on one line wrap onto a second line, okay? So earlier when we had a single line, we put our elements in the center of the vertical axis. But now that we have multiple lines, look, our elements are not quite in the center. The first line is closer to the beginning of the vertical axis, and the second line is closer to the end. This is where the align content property comes to play. With this property, we can align multiple lines or the entire content as a whole. So we can put the entire content in the center of the vertical axis. And with this, we get this beautiful layout. Now let's get rid of these extra boxes and simplify our code. Now back to our style sheet. Because we have a single line, we no longer need the flex wrap and align content properties. So we have 3 boxes in the center of our container. Now, what if you want to change the alignment of one of these boxes? Like, what if you want to move the first box to the top? This is where we use the align self property. So first, we give this box an extra class, like box 1. We could call it anything. We could also use pseudo class selectors, but let's not worry about them and focus entirely on flex. Now, back to our style sheet. Let's define a new rule. So for box 1, we're going to set align self to flex start. So align self is a property that we apply on a flex item and not a flex container. With this, we can overwrite the value that we assigned earlier using the align items property, okay? So let's see what we get. The first box moved to the top. We can also move it down by setting it to flex end. Okay? Now let's remove this line. We don't need it anymore. So this is all about aligning. Now let's talk about sizing. There are a few properties you need to remember. One is flex basis, which is used for setting the initial size of a flex item. We have flex grow for setting the growth factor, flex shrink for setting the shrink factor, and flex, which is a shorthand property that combines all the top 3 properties. Now, all these properties should be applied on flex items and not flex containers. So let's see them in action. So back to our box, we can use the flex basis property to set the initial size of our boxes. Now, by default, this is set to auto, which means the browser is going to look at the width property. So now nothing is going to happen. However, if we change this to, let's say, 10 rem, this is going to overwrite the width property. The reason this is happening is because we have set the direction to row, so flex basis translates to the width property. If we set the direction to column, flex basis would translate to height, okay? So now look, our boxes are bigger. Then we can apply this property on an individual item as well. For example, for our first box, we can set flex basis to 5 rems. So our first box is now smaller. So we don't need this line anymore. And let's set flex basis back to 5. So 3 boxes just like before. Now, the second property we're going to talk about is flex grow, which determines the growth factor of our flex items. So currently our boxes are each 5 rems, and we have plenty of extra space available. With flex grow, we can allow these items to grow and take up the available space. So by default, flex grow is set to 0. That is why our boxes are not growing. But if we set it to 1, now all these boxes are growing at the same factor. We can change the growth factor for 1 or more boxes. For example, for our first box, we can set flex grow to 0, and this prevents the first box from growing. So all the available space is now allocated to the second and third boxes. Now we can change this to 2. Now you can see the first box has grown more than the other boxes. Now you might be wondering why the first box is not twice as big as the other boxes. Well, this is a common misconception about the flex grow property. Just because we set the flex grow to 2 for the first box, it doesn't mean this box is going to be twice as wide as the other boxes. Let me explain how growing works. So I'm going to comment out this property and this other flex grow property. So back to the original situation. We have plenty of space here, right? Now, when we set the flex grow property, the browser is going to look at the growth factor of each of these boxes. For the first box, the growth factor is 2. And for the 2 other boxes, the growth factor is 1. So 2 plus 1 plus 1 is 4. So the browser is going to take up the entire available space, divided by 4 slices. Then it's going to allocate 2 slices to A, 1 slice to B, and 1 slice to C. This is how this algorithm works. So this is flex grow. Now we have another property called flex shrink, which is the opposite of flex grow. It tells the browser how these elements should shrink if there is not enough space to fit in the container. So for this demo, I'm going to change the initial size of our boxes to 15 rems. And then Let's set flex shrink to 1. This is the default value. So our boxes are bigger. But if you resize the browser window, look, they're shrinking at the same rate. Now, back to our box 1. Here we can set flex shrink to 0 to prevent it from shrinking. So look, the first box is maintaining its original size, which is 15 rems, whereas the other boxes have shrunk. So flex shrink is the opposite of flex grow, okay? Now let's delete this line. We don't need it anymore. So flex spaces, flex grow, and flex shrink. Now we have this flex property, which is a shorthand for these properties. If we supply a single value, that is going to be used for the flex grow property, okay? If we supply 2 values, the second value can be flex shrink or flex spaces. And one thing I want you to note here is that flex grow and flex shrink just take a number. They don't take a unit. So 1 is the growth factor. It's not 1 pixel or 1 rem or whatever, okay? So if we supply 2 values, the second value can either be the flex spaces or flex shrink. And if we supply 3 values, the first value is going to be grow, the second is going to be shrink, and the third is going to be flex spaces. Now I know there is a lot to digest. We covered a lot in this lesson, but trust me, flex is easier than you think. As you practice it more, it becomes second nature. So you saw that Flexbox makes it incredibly easy to lay out a bunch of elements in a row or in a column. But sometimes we need to lay out content in both rows and columns. That's where we use grids. A very common application of grids is in creating photo galleries. So here we have a bunch of photos. Now don't worry about the size of these photos. Yes, some of them are bigger, some are smaller, but all these photos are laid out on a grid. Here's the grid. We have 4 rows and 3 columns. Here's another example. A typical layout for most websites. We have a header on the top, a sidebar on the left, the content area, and the footer. We can use a grid to lay out these building blocks. Now, can you tell me the dimension of this grid? How many rows and columns should we have for this layout? 3 rows and 2 columns. So let's see how we can define a grid. To define a grid, first we need a container. On the container, we're going to set the display property to grid, and then we're going to use these 2 properties to define the number and size of rows and columns. So we're going to start by defining a div with the class of container. So we can type dot container and press tab. This automatically generates a div. So there is no need to explicitly type div, okay? Just a little tip for you. Now let's define some styles. So we define a rule and set the display property to grid. Now let's say we want to create a 3x2 grid, 3 rows and 2 columns. Here we use grid template rows property to define the number and size of rows. So let's say each row should be 100 pixels tall. Here we type 100 pixels, 100 pixels, and 100 pixels. Of course, we can change the size or the unit. That is irrelevant. So for now, let's keep things simple and use 100 pixels. Similarly, we have another property for defining the number and size of columns. We're going to have 2 columns, each 100 pixels, okay? Now, here I'm also going to apply a border of 3 pixels, solid, light gray, so we can easily see what is going on. Back to the browser. Here's our container. Now, in this demo, I'll put DevTools on the right side, okay? Now, here in the DOM, look at the container element. Next to it, we have the grid badge. If you don't see this, that means you're using an older version of DevTools. So on the top, under the Chrome menu, go to About Google Chrome. Over here, Chrome is going to automatically update to the latest version. So the version I'm using is version 87, okay? Now, here we can click the grid badge to toggle the grid overlay. So here you can see we have a grid of 3 rows and 2 columns. Now over here, we have the layout tab, which is next to the computer tab. On this tab, we can set the options for our grid. So here we have this dropdown. We can show line numbers. So now we can see the line number for each row and column. So we have line 1, line 2, line 3, and so on. We can also see track sizes. So tracks means rows or columns. So currently you can see each column is 100 pixels wide. The same is true for rows, right? Now we can also see area names. We'll talk about that later. Now down below, we can see all elements that contain a grid. So currently we have a single element that includes a grid, but on a real web page, you might have multiple grids on the same page. So over here, you can select or deselect these items and look at them with detail. We can also change the color of the overlay, okay? So I'm going to keep things simple and hide the line numbers as well as the track sizes, okay? Now, earlier I told you that we don't want duplication in our code. If tomorrow we decide to change the size of our columns, there are two places we have to modify. A better approach here is to use the repeat function. So here we can call the repeat function, give it a number like 2 and a size. So now we have a single place to modify if we decide to change the size of our columns. Similarly, we can simplify this expression to repeat 3 100 pixels, okay? Now we have another property called grid template, which is the shorthand for grid template rows and columns. So first we specify the template for our rows, which is repeat 3 100 pixels. Then we add a forward slash and type the template for our columns. So repeat 2 100 pixels. Now, some people prefer the shorthand syntax. Other people prefer the more explicit syntax. This is entirely up to you. I personally prefer the shorthand syntax most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. So I'm going to clean up this code. This is what we have. Now let's add a bunch of items in our grid. So back to our markup. In a real scenario, here we could have elements like header, main, footer, and so on. But for this demo, I just want to add a bunch of abstract boxes so we don't get distracted with these complexities. So how many boxes do we want? 4 boxes. Now, let's give each box a label. Now let's define some styles. So here's a rule. We're going to give each box a width of 5 rem, a height of 5 rem as well, and a background color of gold. So here's what we get. As you can see, these items are automatically placed from top left to bottom right. But we have full control over the placement of these items. And this is incredibly powerful when it comes to mobile. Because on mobile, we don't want to have the same layout as what we have on desktop. So we want to move elements around. We want to move something to the top or bottom or hide it. We can easily do these things in grids. Now let's talk about alignment. So I'm going to toggle the grid overlay. Note that each box or each grid item, more accurately, is aligned to the top left corner of its containing cell. But we can easily align these items along the horizontal or vertical axis. So here we have 2 properties you need to remember. Justify items for aligning along the horizontal axis and align items for aligning along the vertical axis. So these properties are kind of similar to the properties we had in the lesson about Flexbox. But in Flex, instead of justify items, we had justify content. In grids, we also have justify content. We're going to talk about that in a second. But these 2 properties are the ones you use most of the time. So back to our container, we want to align our items along the horizontal axis. So we set justify items to. We can set it to start, end, center, and so on. So let's set it to center. Now each box is in the center of the horizontal axis, right? Now we can set align items to align these items along the vertical axis. Once again, we have start, end, center, and so on. So I'm going to set it to center. Now, each box is in the center of its containing cell. Now look at this grid. Our grid is currently aligned to the left side of its container, but we have 2 extra properties for aligning the grid inside its container. So we have justify content. Once again, we can set this to start, end, center, and so on. So let's set it to center. Our grid is now horizontally centered. We also have align content for vertical alignment. Now, if I set this to center, nothing is going to happen because the container has grown tall enough to fit the grid. So there is no extra vertical space. We can go back to our container and set the height to 100 VH or 100% of the viewport height. So now we have some space on the top and on the bottom. And our grid is perfectly centered inside this container. So here's how you should remember these properties. If you see the word content that represents the entire grid, the entire content. But if you see the word items, that represents individual items in the grid, okay? Now, for simplicity, let's remove these two properties. So we're not going to align the grid as a whole. And here's what we get. Now, for these two properties, I want you to remember the default value. The default value of both these properties is stretch. But currently, nothing happens if we set this to stretch. Look, we get the same result as before. The reason this is happening is because we've applied an explicit width and height on our boxes. So if we remove the width property, we justify items set to stretch, our box is going to stretch horizontally to fill its containing cell. Take a look. So each box is horizontally stretched, right? Now similarly, if we remove the height property and set align items to stretch, each item will vertically stretch. So as a result, our boxes have filled their containing cell, okay? Now, as I told you, stretch is the default value, so there's really no need to explicitly set these properties. So we can simplify our code and get the same result, okay? Next, we're going to get rid of these absolute values. So I want the first column to take 30% of the space and the second column to take 70%. So here we can say 30% and 70%. So look, the first column and the second column. However, percentages are a little bit tricky when working with grids, because if we have another column here that has an absolute length, let's say 100 pixels, see what happens. Our grid has grown larger than its container, because percentage is based on the width of the container. But what we need here is a percentage of the available free space. So after we allocate 100 pixels for the first column, we have some free space left in the container. We want 30% of the free space, not 30% of the width of the container, okay? So that's where another unit comes to the play, that is FR, or fraction. This means a fraction of the available space. So as a best practice, prefer fractions to percentages when setting sizes of rows and columns. Now, let's get rid of this. For our rows, we're going to have 3 rows. The first row is going to be 100 pixels. I want the second row, which is the container for the sidebar and the main content, to grow and fill the entire space. So here we use the auto keyword. And for the footer, we can use 100 pixels as well. So here's the first row, the second row, and the third row. Now, if I resize this window, look, the second row is being resized while the first and last rows have kept their absolute length, which is 100 pixels. Now, currently our grid cells are right next to each other, but we can apply a gap between rows and columns. For this, we have 3 properties: row gap, column gap, and gap, which is the shorthand for the first 2 properties. So back to our container, we can set row gap to 10 pixels. And now we have a gap of 10 pixels between each row. Let me turn off the overlay so you can see clearly. See, this is the gap. We can also apply a gap between the columns. So we set column gap to 10 pixels. And here's the gap. We also have the gap property, which is the shorthand for row gap and column gap. Now, if you want to use the same value, we can just supply a single value. So that is shorter than setting 2 separate properties, okay? Now let's talk about placing items in a grid. For this, we have 3 properties: grid row, grid column, and grid area, which is the shorthand for grid row and grid column. By setting these properties on an item, we can control where exactly that item should be placed. For example, let's say we want the first item to take the entire first row. So first we go to our markup and give this item an extra class like box1. Now let's define a role here. So for box1, here we can set the column to 2. Let's see what happens. So the first item moved to the second column. Here we have an empty cell, and look at the placement of other items. The other items are automatically placed from top left to bottom right, okay? Now let's move it back to the first column. By default, each item takes 1 cell, But if you want an item to take more than one cell, here we type a / and then type the end line number. So let's go back to DevTools. Here on the Layout tab, I'm going to show the line numbers. So where are they? We have to show the overlay. All right. Look at the line numbers. So line number 1, 2, and 3. So we want the first item, which is A, start from line 1 and end at line 3. So here we type 1/3, and here's the result. Beautiful. Now we can also count backward. So -1 represents the last column. So 3 or -1 are the same thing, okay? So now we get the same result. Now here we can also use the span keyword to specify how many cells this item is going to take. We can say it's going to span 2 cells. In this case, we get the same result. So what approach you choose is purely your personal preference. Different people find different syntaxes more readable, okay? Now similarly, we have another property, grid row. We can move this box to the second row and look what happens. So the first box is now in the second row, and the other boxes are automatically placed from top left to bottom right. Now similarly, we can say this item should start from row 2 and go up to row 4. Now it's taking 2 rows. Or we can say it's going to span 2 rows. That's another way. Now, let's move it back to the first row. We don't need to explicitly set this because by default, this item is placed on the first row. Then we also have grid area property, which has a weird syntax, but let me quickly explain how it works. So here we have to type 4 numbers, start and end, and each part contains a row and a column. What do I mean by this? Well, this item is going to be in row 1, column 1, and go all the way to row 1, column 3. So here we type 1 and 1, that is row 1, column 1. Then we go to row 1, column 3. So the first 2 numbers represent the start, and the second 2 numbers represent the end. It has a really weird syntax. I don't find it readable, so I personally prefer to use individual properties like grid row or grid column. Another way to place items is by defining specific areas in our grid and then placing our items in those areas. We have 2 properties for doing this. We set grid template areas on our container to define the areas. And then on individual items, we set grid area to a particular area. So back to our container, let's set grid template areas. Here we type a pair of double quotes. That represents the template for the first row. In the first row, we're going to have 2 cells. We can give each cell a name, for example, header and header. That means these 2 cells in the first row are going to be called header. Now, after this, we type another pair of quotes and type the name of the cells in the second row. So here you want to have a sidebar and the main area. So we type sidebar and main. The names are arbitrary. You can call them anything you want. Now for the last row, we're going to have 2 cells, footer and footer. So we type another pair of quotes and say footer and footer. Now, if we format our code like this is not really readable. So it's better to put this on a new line. Now we can see the template for each row. We can also add extra spaces to format this properly. So we have defined a few different areas: header, sidebar, main, and footer. Now we can put the first box in the header area. So we set grid area to header. Note that I just typed the area name without the quotes. We don't need the quotes here. If we type them, it's not going to work. So instead of specifying the exact location by number, we can type the location by name. Now we get the same result as before. Now similarly, we can go to our markup and give the last item an extra class like box4. Then here we define a new rule and say box4 should be in the area called footer. So this will automatically take that area, which contains 2 footer cells. Now, what if we want the footer to start from here? I know this is not typical for most websites, but let's just imagine the footer should start here. So here we want to have an empty cell. Here in our template, to specify an empty cell, we type a period. Now, our footer area only contains 1 cell. So with this simple change, this box moved over here. So grids are very powerful. We can create all kinds of layouts with grids, and when it comes to mobile, we can move these items around and come up with a different layout. Now, one last thing before we finish this lesson. Here on the Layout tab, we can also look at the area names. Let's toggle the overlay. All right, take a look. Here's the main area. We have the sidebar, footer, and so on. I just want to emphasize one more time. Just like the Flexbox, don't let all these properties intimidate you. Once you build one or two layouts using grids or Flexbox, you're going to get the hang of them. It's much easier than you think. Let's talk about hiding elements. So I'm going to define a paragraph with some text. Let's duplicate it and change the text to second. So we have two paragraphs, and we want to hide the first paragraph. So we can give this a special class, like first, or we can use a pseudo class selector. But let's not worry about it and just focus on hiding elements. So now let's define a rule. Here we have two properties for hiding an element, and it's really important for you to understand their differences. The one that we use most of the time is display. If we set this to none, the first paragraph disappears. So the second paragraph is now displayed on the top, right? Now, in contrast, we can use visibility. The default value is visible, but if we set it to hidden, see what happens. The first paragraph is not there, but the space that we had for this paragraph is still allocated. And that's why the second paragraph is appearing here. So this is how visibility works. Which property you choose really depends on the problem you're trying to solve. There is no right or wrong. Just remember that the display property hides the element as if it was never there. In contrast, if we set the visibility to hidden, the element will be hidden. So that's the difference between these two properties. All right, the last thing we're going to talk about in this section is media queries. With media queries, we can provide different styles for different devices depending on their feature, such as screen size, orientation, and so on. So with this, we can build web pages that look great on mobile phones, tablets, and desktop computers. We call these websites responsive websites because they respond to various screen sizes. Now, to build a responsive website, we have two approaches. We can build the desktop version first and then adjust the layout for tablets and mobiles, or we can start with mobile first and then adjust the layout for tablets and desktops. Different people have different preferences here, but the majority of the community favors mobile first because it's much easier to build a simple web page for mobile. And then if you have extra space, we can add in extra stuff. On the other hand, if we build a complex page for desktop, then we'll have to squeeze a lot of things so the page looks good on mobile. It's definitely doable, but it's not something that I recommend. So in this course, we're going to take the mobile first approach. Now let me show you what we're going to build in this lesson. So we have these two boxes with some text. On a white screen, these two boxes are next to each other, but on mobile, they're going to get stacked vertically. I've seen this pattern on a lot of websites. So let's see how we can use media queries to implement something like this. So we're going to start off by creating a div with the class of container. Inside this div, we're going to add two divs with the class of box. So we type .box times 2. Now, inside each box, let's add a paragraph with some dummy text. And one more time. Okay, so to implement this, we're going to use flex on this container. Now, as you know, by default, flex direction is set to row. So for mobile, you want to set flex direction to column. And then we use media queries to see if the screen is wider than, let's say, 500 pixels. Then we're going to set flex direction to row, so these boxes will appear next to each other. Pretty basic. So in our style sheet, let's define the styles for our container. We're going to set display to flex and flex direction to column. So this is the mobile first approach. We're starting with mobile. We want to make sure that everything looks great on mobile, and then we'll adjust styles for larger screens like tablets and desktops. Okay. Now for our boxes, we're going to set the background to gold, and we're going to add some padding so the text is not so close to the edges of the box. So we can say 1 rem. Now I want to change the color of the second box. So here we can use pseudo class selectors. So .box colon nth of type 2. So this will target the second occurrence of an element with the class of box, okay? Here we're going to set the background to Dodger blue. Let's see what we get up to this point. So here's what we get. So we have two boxes laid out vertically. Obviously on desktop, this doesn't look so good because each line contains so many characters. It's really hard to read this text because the ideal line length is somewhere around 50 to 60 characters. But on mobile, this looks perfectly fine, right? Now let me show you something really cool. Using Chrome DevTools, we can see what this screen looks like on various mobile devices. So we go to View, Developer, and open up Chrome DevTools. Now, here on the Elements tab, look at this icon. With this, we can toggle device simulation. So let's click it. Now, take a look. So on the top, we have a drop-down list that determines the type of device. So we have various devices like iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone X, iPad, Surface, Galaxy, and so on. So let's select iPhone X. Here's a preview of our web page on an iPhone X. Now let's zoom in a bit more so we can see things clearly. Our page looks perfectly fine. Now we can also rotate the device. So this is the landscape mode. In this mode, it's better to put these boxes next to each other because currently the lines are way too long. So using this drop-down list, we can preview our web page on various devices. It's very handy. Now, to get out of the screen, we click on this icon one more time. It's gone. Good. So here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to make the browser window really small. So this is our mobile phone, okay? Now we'll start increasing the browser size and look at our design. At some point, our design is going to break. It's going to look bad. That is the moment where we need a breakpoint. So a breakpoint is the point at which our design breaks. Then we're going to use media queries to write specific styles for devices that are wider than our breakpoint. So here we need to open up Chrome DevTools one more time. Now, when DevTools is open, if we resize the window, we can see the current size of the viewport. So currently, our viewport is 629 pixels wide. Let's say at this point, we want to put these boxes next to each other. So we go back to our style sheet, and this is where we use a media query. So we start with @media_rule, and then we type our query. A query can have multiple parts. So with each part, we're asking something about the target device. The first part is the type of the device, which can be screen for web browsers or print. So this targets printers. We'll talk about this in a second. In this case, we're going to go with screen. Now, we want to type the second part of the query. So we use the AND operator, and here in parentheses, we type a condition. We want to check to see if the screen is wider than 600 pixels. So we say min width, 600 pixels. So if this condition, if this query is true, then the styles that we define inside these curly braces will be applied. Otherwise, they're going to be ignored. So here we can define new rules that will override the previous rules. For example, for our container, we're going to change the flex direction to row. So here we type .container, flex direction, row. Now, take a look. So at a certain point, that is our breakpoint, which is 600 pixels, our boxes are laid out horizontally. Now, if we go back to mobile, they're laid out vertically. As simple as that. Now, the breakpoints we use really depends on our design. It really depends on what we're building. One of the mistakes a lot of people make is they find tables like this on our internet where they can find common breakpoints. For example, the width of a mobile phone in portrait mode is somewhere between 320 pixels to 414 pixels. Similarly, we have a breakpoint range for mobile phones in landscape mode, tablets, desktops, and so on. Now, the problem with these tables is that they're based on the existing devices in the market. So tomorrow we might have a new device that is, let's say, 5 or 10 pixels wider or more narrow. You don't want to adjust your design based on the current devices in the market. Your design should always look good. So the numbers you choose for your breakpoints really depends on your design. Don't blindly pick breakpoints from these tables on our internet, okay? So this is a common application of a media query. Now, as I told you before, our query can have multiple parts. So here we have screen and a minimum width. We can extend this query and check the maximum width of the device. For example, we can say and max width is 900 pixels. So now if the screen is between 600 to 900 pixels, these styles are going to be applied. So once again, the conditions that we define here really depend on our design, okay? Now in this example, I'm going to get rid of the third condition. So we have a set of rules. We can write another query for screens that are wider than 900 pixels. So I'm going to copy these few lines, paste them over here, then change the breakpoint to 900 pixels. Now, in this example, we can even change the background color of our boxes. We can set the background to white. So now, if our screen is wider than 900 pixels, we get a different look. So the changes that we apply here really depend on our design and how it should look across different devices. There is no right or wrong. Now, one last thing before we finish this lesson. I told you that the media type can be a screen or print. Using media queries, we can apply styles that will only apply to printers. For example, we can define another media query here and set the type to print. Here we can define a rule for the body element and set the font size to 12 points. So now we are using an absolute unit that makes sense for printers. We don't want to use pixels or relative units like ems, percentages, and so on for printers. They do work, but they're not ideal. When printing pages, we want to make sure everything looks great on a piece of paper. So we should use points for our fonts. And for our paddings and margins, we want to use centimeters or inches. For example, for our box, we can say the padding should be half a centimeter. Now, back to our page. When we bring the print preview dialog box, we can see the result of our changes. So using media queries, we can query certain properties of a device, like its type, its width, and so on, and then provide styles that will only apply if those properties are met. Welcome back to the next section of our ultimate HTML and CSS journey. This section is all about typography, which is the art of creating beautiful and easy to read text. We'll talk about styling fonts, embedding custom fonts, using font services, as well as the best practices for sizing text, vertical and horizontal spacing, and formatting text. All the lessons in this section are super important because 90% of the information on the web is text. So you want to make sure that your text is easy to read and looks great on various screen sizes. So let's jump in and get started. All right, let's talk about styling fonts. So I'm going to start by adding a heading, an H1 element, and right below that, I'm going to add a paragraph with some dummy words. Pretty basic. Now let's see how we can style our paragraph element. So back to our style sheet, let's define a rule. The first property we're going to talk about here is font family. With this, we can change the font of this element. Now, generally speaking, we have three main categories of fonts. We have serif fonts, sans serif fonts, and monospace fonts. Of course, there are more categories, but those categories are mostly used in printing and they're irrelevant for the web. So what is the difference between these categories? Well, serif fonts have a small line or a small stroke at the end of characters. That's why they're more professional and more serious. They're often used in books, newspapers, magazines, and so on. Georgia and Times New Roman are a couple of popular fonts in this category. Of course, there are hundreds or thousands of serif fonts out there, but these are the fonts that you hear about all the time. Now, sans serif fonts don't have those lines at the edge of characters. They're more playful and modern. Here are a few popular fonts in this category. You have Avenir, Arial, Futura, Helvetica, Roboto, and of course, many, many more. Now, what about monospace? Well, what does mono mean? It means one. So monospace means one space. These fonts are a little bit different from the fonts in other categories in the sense that the width of all characters is exactly the same. And that's why these fonts are ideal for displaying code. Because when we display code, we want our characters to perfectly align. So back to the font family property. If we press Control and space here, VS Code automatically suggests a bunch of fonts. These are called web-safe fonts because they're available on most computers out there. So it's fairly safe to use them. So let's type Arial. Now, what we have here is called a font stack. a font stack consists of multiple fonts. The first font here is Arial. So when the browser sees this, it checks to see if this font is installed on the user's computer. If it is available, it's going to apply it to the paragraph element. Otherwise, it's going to look at the next font in the stack, in this case, Helvetica. Once again, if this font is available, it's going to be applied. Otherwise, the browser is going to look at the next font in the list or in the stack. Now, the last font that we type here is a generic font, which can be either sans serif, serif, or monospace. The actual font that will be used will vary from one computer to another. So we just type a generic name and let the browser decide what font should be used, okay? So let's save the changes and see what we get. Look, here's an example of a sans serif font. So our characters don't have those extra lines or edges, okay? Now, let me show you a problem with this approach. Back to our markup, I'm going to add a hyperlink below our paragraph. So take a look. What is the font applied to our hyperlink? It's a serif font. It's not the font that we applied to the paragraph element, right? But this looks ugly. We want our hyperlinks and paragraphs to have the same font. Now, one way to solve this problem is to duplicate this element and then change the rule to A for anchor. So look, that solves the problem. But we don't want duplication in our code. We don't want to apply the same font on so many different elements. So this is where we can use inheritance in CSS. We can take this font family property and apply it to the body element and let other elements automatically inherit this property. Now we can completely get rid of this rule. So take a look. Now all elements are using the exact same font. So the heading, the paragraph, and the link are using the same font. But what if you want to change the font for our heading? Well, we can define a new rule for our heading and set the font family to, let's say, Georgia Times New Roman times and serif, which is the generic name. Now, Times New Roman is placed in quotation marks because the font name contains a space, okay? So save the changes. Here's the result. Now our heading is using a serif font. Now let's define a rule for our paragraph element and look at a few more properties. The next property we're going to talk about is font weight. With this, we can set the weight or the boldness of the font. We have a bunch of numbers from 100 to 900. 100 means really thin. So take a look. This is 100, but if we change this to 900, our paragraph becomes really thick. We also have a bunch of keywords here. So if we press Control and space, you can see these keywords. So we have bold, bolder, lighter, and normal. If we set this to bold, this will translate to 700. Let me show you. So let's inspect our paragraph element. Now, in the computer tab, look at the font weight property. It's 700. If we set it to normal, this will translate to 400. Here you go. So some people prefer keywords, other people prefer numeric values. Now, the next property we're going to talk about is font style. The default value is normal, but we can set it to italic to get italic text. Here's the result. Now, our paragraph is italic. We can also change the size of the font using font size property. Here we have keywords like large, larger, medium, and so on. But most people prefer to use numeric values, which can be absolute or relative values. So here we can use an absolute value like 30 pixels. Our paragraph is now a lot bigger. We can also use relative values like 1 rem. We'll talk about this in more detail later in this section. So let's just leave it at 1 rem. Now, the last property we're going to talk about is color. By default, this is set to pure black, which is also equivalent to 000 in hexadecimal form. Well, earlier I told you that hexadecimal color codes have 6 characters. So why am I typing 3 characters here? Well, if the first 3 characters are exactly the same as the second 3 characters, we can just shorten the color code. So 000 is equivalent to 6 zeros, okay? Now, generally speaking, it's best not to use pure black as your body text color. It's best to use a really dark gray. For example, we can use 111 or 222. That's really dark. That's pretty easy to dice. We can also use something lighter like 444. I think that's a little bit too light for the main body text. So let's set it back to 333. I think that's better. So now we have clear separation between headings and the main body text. Our heading is big, black, and bold, and this separates it from the main body text. So this is how we can style fonts. Now, the fonts we have listed here are called web-safe fonts because these fonts are available on pretty much most computers out there. But these days, we can easily embed custom fonts in our web pages. I'll show you how to do that next. So we talked about web-safe fonts in the last lesson. Web-safe fonts are available on pretty much all computers out there, but quite frankly, they're pretty boring. These days, there are tons of websites where we can find plenty of beautiful fonts. Some of these fonts are free, the other ones are paid, so you have to get a license. Generally speaking, the paid ones tend to have a better quality, which means they look better at different sizes. They look very sharp, very clear. So if you're working on a serious project, you may want to use a paid font. But in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use a very popular and free font called Open Sans. So here on fontsquirrel.com, you can find plenty of free fonts. Let's search for Open Sans. All right, here it is. So we can download this font as a TTF file. That is the format of a font file. So font files come in a variety of different formats. We have TTF, OTF, EOT, WOF, and WOF 2.0. Now, don't worry about memorizing any of this stuff. Just remember that font files come in different formats, just like images and videos come in different formats, right? So for web, we're going to use WOF and WOF 2.0 because these formats are more compressed and more efficient for web. When embedding fonts in our web pages, you want to make sure that our fonts are really small so they can be downloaded as soon as possible. So back to fontsquirrel.com. Let's download Open Sans as TTF. All right, we get a zip file. Let's uncompress it. Inside this folder, we have a license file and a bunch of TTF files. Each file represents this file in a different style. For example, we have Open Sans regular. We also have Open Sans italic, Open Sans bold, bold italic, and so on. Now, if you want to install these fonts on your computer, you can simply double click on them and install them. Then you can use them in software like Photoshop, Word, and so on. But for web pages, we're going to convert these files to a different format, to the WOF format, because TTF files are pretty big. Look at their size. They're all over 200 kilobytes, right? So we're going to convert this to WOF. So back to fontsquirrel.com. Let's go to the generator page. Over here, we can upload a font in a variety of different formats and convert it to WOF. So let's go to upload. And I'm going to select Open Sans regular and bold. Now to select multiple files, on Mac, you have to hold down the Command key. On Windows, you probably have to hold down Control or Alt. I'm not entirely sure. So let's go ahead. All right, the upload is going to take a few seconds. All right, now take a look. So we have Open Sans regular and bold. Now below the font files, we have the settings for conversion. We can use the basic setting, optimal or expert if we know what we're doing. I'm going to go with optimal, and let's also accept their agreement and then download our kit. This is going to take a few seconds, so I'm going to pause the recording. Once again, we get a zip file, so let's uncompress it. Now, inside this folder, we have Open Sans regular in a couple of different formats, WOF and WOF2. Look at the file size. The WOF file is 25 kilobytes and WOF2 is 18 kilobytes, so it's more efficient. Now, these days, most browsers support the WOF format, but some more modern browsers also support WOF2. So here on caniuse.com, let's search for WOF. Now look, most of the browsers out there support WOF files, including Internet Explorer. Now look at WOF 2.0 over here. Once again, most of the modern browsers support WOF 2.0 files, but Internet Explorer is not. So back to this folder, we have Open Sans in regular style in two different formats. We also have Open Sans bold in two different formats, right? So we're going to copy these font files into our project. So back to our project, inside the CSS folder, let's add a new folder called fonts. I would like to create another folder here for Open Sans. So in case we have multiple fonts in the future, we're going to categorize them in different folders. So now we're going to drag and drop these font files over here. Perfect. Now back to this folder, we also have a style sheet file. Let's open this in VS Code. Here we have the font face rule to register a custom font and tell the browser where to find the font files. Look at the properties. We have font family, which is set to an arbitrary name, and source, which specifies the location of font files. So here we have two files. The first one has the WAV2 extension. The second one has the WAV extension. Now, right next to each file, you can see the format of that file. So we're providing a font in two different formats. When a browser sees this property, if it supports the WAV2 format, it's going to download the first font file. Otherwise, it's going to download the second font file, okay? So here we have a rule for registering Open Sans in regular and another rule to register Open Sans in bold. Obviously, here we're referencing two different font files, okay? So we're going to copy these two rules and put them at the top of our style sheet. These rules have to be at the very top because we have to register these fonts first before we can use them, okay? Now, let's make a few small changes here. This generated code calls the first font family Open_Sans regular and the second one Open Sans bold. I don't like this naming convention. I would prefer to use the same name for our font. So I'm going to call this Open Sans. Next, we need to update the URL of our font file. So back to our project, our style sheet is right here. We want to reference the files in this folder, fonts/Open Sans, right? So we need to type the relative path to these files. That is fonts/Open Sans/. So I'm going to prefix all these files with their folder, okay? Now, for our first rule, we're going to use font weight and font style of normal because we're using Open Sans in regular style, okay? Now, for the second rule, I'm going to use the same name as before, so Open Sans. And once again, we're going to prefix these files with their folder, okay? Now, in this rule, I want to set font weight to bold because we're referencing the bold version of Open Sans, okay? Now that we have registered this font, we can use it anywhere in our style sheet. For example, for our body text, we can use Open Sans before Arial. Now let's save the changes. And here's what we get. So to embed a custom font in our web pages, first we have to use the font face rule to register that font, and then we can use that font just like a regular font anywhere in our style sheet. One of the problems with custom fonts is that the user may encounter what we call a flash of unstyled text, which basically means while the browser is downloading our custom font, it's going to use a fallback font and our text may appear unstyled. Let me show you this in action. So I'm going to open up Chrome DevTools. Now we go to the Network tab. First, we want to check this box, Disable Cache. Cache is some kind of permanent storage that browsers use to store the assets behind a website. For example, as we visit web pages, the browser may store some images or font files in its cache. In this demo, we want to disable caching so all the resources behind this page get downloaded every time we refresh the page, okay? Now, we're going to refresh the page by pressing Command and R on Mac or Control and R on Windows. All right, so here are all the resources downloaded from the server. We have index.html, a couple of CSS files, and a couple of font files. Now look at the time that was spent on downloading these fonts. It was 8 milliseconds. This is super fast because I'm accessing this website locally on my computer. But what if the user is on a slow connection? We can simulate that. So over here, we have this drop-down list called throttling. We can change this to fast 3G to simulate a 3G connection, or slow 3G, or we can go offline. So let's select slow 3G and refresh the page one more time. All right, this time it's taking longer to download these resources. Now, finally, okay. Look, it took 2.7 seconds to download these font files. Now let's see what the user is going to experience. So back to the page, I'm going to refresh the page one more time. While the browser is downloading these resources, I want you to pay close attention to this paragraph. Initially, this paragraph is going to have a different font. That is going to be our fallback font. So back to our style sheet, look at the rule for the body element. We set the font to Open Sans, Arial, Helvetica, and so on. While the browser is downloading Open Sans, it's going to show either Arial or Helvetica. So let's refresh the page. Take a look. All right, here's the Arial or Helvetica. Now, after 2 seconds, the font changed to Open Sans. This is what we call a flash of unstyled text. So during a short period of time, our text may appear unstyled. Now, the problem is that sometimes when working on more complex pages, when the new font is applied, we may end up with layout shifts. So some elements might move around on the page, and this may create a bad experience for the user. Now, unfortunately, we cannot avoid this. There are techniques we can use to minimize this problem, but we cannot completely avoid it because we're using a custom font that should be downloaded on the user's computer. So back to our style sheet, where we use the font face rule, we can use the font display property to tell the browser how it should handle this scenario. The default value is auto, which lets the browser decide what should be done while the custom font is being downloaded. Unfortunately, this behavior is different from one browser to another. So the current version of Chrome initially uses a fallback font and then swaps it with the custom font when it's available. Now, some other browsers have a different approach. They initially hide the text while the font is being downloaded. This is what we call a flash of invisible text. So we don't want to use auto. We want to have explicit control over this behavior. So we can set it to swap. And with this, we get the exact behavior you just saw. So the browser is going to use a fallback font and then swap it with the custom font when it's available. Now, there's a problem here. If it takes the browser 10 seconds to download this custom font, the swapping will still happen. So if the user is in the middle of reading something, then after 10 seconds, the new font will be applied and the user may experience a layout shift. So a better approach is to use fallback. With this, we tell the browser to use a fallback font and we give it a short window to download and use the custom font. So if the custom font is not downloaded within that short period, the fallback font is going to be used. So it's better than waiting for, let's say, 10 seconds for the custom font to be loaded. Another possible value here is block, which is something you should never use because this is going to hide the text initially and wait for the font to be downloaded. Now, the problem is if the font never gets downloaded, the text will never become visible. Let me show you how this happens. So let's save the changes. Now back to the browser. I'm going to refresh the page. Look, the text is initially invisible. And then after the font was downloaded, the text became visible. Now, what if the font was never downloaded? Perhaps because of network errors. Then we would never see the text. So don't ever use the block value. Now, one last value we have here is optional, which I think gives us the best experience. But of course, that is subjective. With optional, you're telling the browser that this font is optional and nice to have. It's not critical. So just like fallback, we're giving the browser a short window to download and use this font. If it doesn't happen, the browser is not going to swap the font. But behind the scene, it will try to download the font and store it in its cache. That is the permanent storage I told you about. Now, in subsequent page loads, the browser is going to take that font from the cache and use it on this page. So with this, the user is never going to notice a significant layout change. The only problem with this approach is that the font will be different on the first page load. That's the only problem. So this is all about the font display property. Now there's another tool to reduce a flash of unstyled text. In the last lesson, we talked about the web font generator on Font Squirrel. There we use the optimal setting. But here we also have expert setting, where we can use a technique called subsetting to reduce the font size. So if we set this to custom subsetting, now we can choose the characters that should be included in our font. For example, we can say we need lowercase letters, uppercase letters, numbers, punctuations, currency. I'm not quite sure what typography this is, but maybe we don't want math symbols. Maybe we don't want lower or upper accents. In case you're not familiar with these characters, let me show you. So down below, you can see a preview of these characters. So upper accents are these special characters that are used in European languages. Maybe we don't have any of these characters on our website. All we have is just pure English text. If that's the case, then we can use subsetting to reduce the font size. So you learn how to embed web fonts in your web pages. Now, some of these fonts need to be licensed, and the licensing can be pretty expensive. It can cost you a few $100s. So this is where web font services can help. The most popular service is Google Web Fonts, which gives you access to tons of free fonts. All these fonts are absolutely free. You can use them on any website you want. You also have paid services like Adobe Fonts, fonts.com, FontDeck, and so on. All these services have a subscription model, so you pay a low monthly or an annual fee and get access to thousands of beautiful fonts. In my experience, these fonts often look better than the free fonts you get from Google. But that's subjective. You might be completely happy with the free fonts on Google Web Fonts. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use Google Web Fonts. So head over to fonts.google.com. On this page, you can see the trending fonts. We can also change the sort order and look at the most popular fonts. So Roboto and Open Sans are two of the most popular fonts. We can also search for a font by its name, like Open Sans, or we can browse through their collection. So we can filter by category. So here we have categories like serif, sans serif, display, handwriting, and monospace. Let's say we're looking for a sans serif font. So we can deselect these categories. And now all we have here are sans serif fonts. Some of these fonts are really beautiful. So let's look at Open Sans. Now over here, we can type a sentence and see how this sentence looks like with Open Sans in different styles. So on the top, we have Open Sans Light with a weight of 300, which is really thin. And as we go down this list, the font gets thicker. So let's say we're interested in Open Sans in regular style. It's right here. So we can select this font. Now on this panel, we can see instructions on using this font. Let's not worry about it for a second. We'll come back here shortly. So we want to use Open Sans Regular and Bold. Bold is right here. So I'm going to select this as well. Good. Now down below, we can see the glyphs or the characters in this font. So these are all the characters that are included in this font. Now, one of the drawbacks of using the services is that here we cannot apply subsetting. So if you're using only English letters, we cannot exclude these extra characters to reduce the font size. That's one of the limitations here. Now down below, you can see information about this font, the designer, and the licensing. In this case, this font is licensed under the Apache license, which allows us to use it freely in our products and projects. Now, one of the sections that I love about this page is that we can see the popular pairings with Open Sans. For example, we can see the combination of Roboto with Open Sans. So right here, we have a heading and some text. Open Sans is used in the heading and Roboto is used in the body text. We can swap the order. Now we can see Roboto here. We can change the style of Roboto and make it bold. Good. That looks pretty nice. And over here, you can see Open Sans for the body text. I think this is a great combination. So now we can click on this plus icon to select these fonts. Good. Now on the top, we can click on this icon to bring back that panel that contains instructions for using this font. So here we can quickly review the fonts we have chosen. We have Open Sans in two different styles, regular and bold. We can deselect them if we don't want them. And by the way, make sure not to bring extra fonts because each font increases the size or the cost of downloading your web pages. So only use the fonts you really need, okay? So we have Open Sans in two different styles and Roboto in bold. We're happy with this selection. Now, to use this, we're going to copy these two link elements and put them in our HTML markup. So copy. Here in index.html, in the head section, we're going to paste the code before the links to our style sheets because these fonts should be loaded before we can use them in our style sheet, okay? So let's paste them. What are these? The first one is a link element with the relationship of pre-connect. This basically tells the browser that our page is going to establish a connection with this domain and retrieve content from there. This is just a tiny optimization technique to start the process as soon as possible. Now, the second link element is a reference to a style sheet. So this long URL that you see here, if we copy this and open it in our browser, we get a style sheet with a bunch of font face rules. So when using font services, we're not going to add these font face rules to our style sheet. The service, in this case Google, provides these rules for us. So here we have a rule for a font family called Open Sans. You can see the URL of the font file on Google servers. So the font files are not stored on our server. They're not going to be included in our website. They will be served from Google, okay? Now, back to the instructions. So we added these elements in our HTML markup. Now, we can simply use these fonts like a regular font. So back to our style sheet. For our body text, we're going to use Open Sans. So I'm going to replace this custom name that we declared using the font face rule with Open Sans. Save the changes. Now, here's what we get, but our heading is still using a serif font. So back to our style sheet, I'm going to change the font family for H1 to Roboto. Now, because this is a sans serif font, I would like to include a web-safe font stack here as well. So we type Arial, Helvetica, and sans serif. Okay, that is safer. Now, here's the end result. Now, one last thing before I finish this lesson. Back to index.html, look at the URL for this link element. So we have fonts.googleapis.com/css2. Now, after question mark, we have a bunch of parameters. These are called query string parameters. So we have a parameter followed by an equal sign and a value. So family is the name of the parameter, and what we have after the equal sign is the value of this parameter. So here we have open plus sans. The reason we have a plus sign here is that we cannot have a space in a URL. So the space has to be converted to a plus sign, okay? Now, after open sans, we have colon, weight at 400, semicolon, 700. So we're telling Google that we want to get open sans in two different weights, 400 and 700. Now, in the future, if you recognize that you no longer need this font in bold, you can come back here and remove 700. Or if you want to add an extra weight, you can add it and separate it using a semicolon, like this, okay? Now, I'm going to simplify this by removing these two extra weights. So we have open sans with the weight of 400. After that, we have an ampersand. An ampersand is used to separate multiple parameters. So look, right after that, we have another query string parameter called family. Now look at the value, Roboto, with the weight of 700. Now, let's say in the future, we decide that we no longer need Roboto. So we can come back here and remove the second parameter and its value. So everything from family up to the next ampersand. Now, in this demo, I'm not going to delete it because I already used Roboto for the heading, okay? Now, look, we have another ampersand followed by another query string parameter. The name of this parameter is display, and the value is swap. So this is the font display property that we talked about in the last lesson. So by default, the length that Google generates uses the swap technique. But if you're not happy with this, you can always come back here and use a different value. So this is all about using Google Web Fonts. Another concept you need to know about fonts is the concept of the system font stack. With this stack, we can tell the browser to use the default font of the operating system on the user's computer. Now, this has a number of benefits. The first benefit is that it can boost performance because the browser doesn't have to download any font files. And that means the user is not going to encounter a flash of unstyled or invisible text. Plus, our website looks more familiar to the user because we're using the same font that they see on their computer all the time. So overall, we provide a better experience to the user. But there's a problem with this approach. The problem is that the default font on each operating system is different. For example, recent versions of macOS use San Francisco, which is an absolutely beautiful font, but older versions of macOS use Helvetica Neue. Windows machines use Seago, Android devices use Roboto, and so on. Now, you don't need to memorize any of this stuff. Just remember that different operating systems have different default fonts. So when using the system font stack, your font will look different from one computer to another. Now, one thing you might be asking is, how are these system fonts different from web-safe fonts? Well, web-safe fonts are those basic elementary fonts that have been around for almost 20 years, and they're available on almost every computer. They're pretty boring, but system fonts are more modern fonts that are used by today's operating systems, so they look much better. So if you don't care that the font is going to look different on different computers, and you just want to provide the best experience for the user, then you might want to consider using the system font stack. Let me show you how to do this. So back to our style sheet, let's use the system font stack for our body text. So I'm going to remove the web safe stack and use the system stack. So here, if you press Control and space, we can see a list of suggestions. Let's type a dash followed by Apple. That is the system font stack. So press enter. So we have Apple system and Blink Mac system font. These represent the default font on Mac computers. Then we have Seago, which is used by Windows. We have Roboto, which is used by Android devices, and so on. So all these fonts together represent the system font stack. Now, let's see what we get. So back to the browser. This is the default font on a Mac computer, which is absolutely beautiful. It's very modern. It's actually very similar to Open Sans, but it's more crisp and clear. Now, the great thing about this font is that it's already available on my computer. So my browser didn't have to download this font. This is the benefit of using the system fonts. All right, we're done here. Next, we're going to talk about sizing fonts. So earlier I told you that using the font size property, we can change the size of our font. Now here we can type an absolute value like 20 pixels or a relative value. But as a general rule of thumb, you should forget about pixels for setting font size because pixels are not consistent across devices. For example, Apple devices like Mac computers and phones allow pixels to be smaller so they can fit more pixels on the screen. That's why everything looks very sharp on these devices. This is called Retina display technology. So we cannot rely on pixels as a consistent form of measurement across devices. You might be on a Windows computer and think 20 pixels for the body text is great, but if you view that page on a Mac computer, your text is going to look smaller. That is the problem with pixels. So here we want to use a relative unit. Now, what are these relative units? Do you remember? Let's quickly recap. We have percentages, viewport units, and ems and rems. Generally speaking, the common best practice for setting the font size is using the rem unit. So we want to set this to 1 rem, which means 1 times the font size of the root element. That is the HTML element. Now, what is the font size of the HTML element? Well, here we don't have a rule for the HTML element. So the font size will be based on the user setting. Earlier, I told you that in Chrome, we can go to Preferences and search for font size. Now look, the default font size is set to medium, which is 16 pixels. But people with a poor vision sometimes change this to large or very large. So assuming that most users don't change the setting, the default font size here is 16 pixels. Now we don't want to explicitly set this because this will prevent the user from changing the default font size in the browser. So I'm just typing this here so we know the font size of the HTML element is 16 pixels by default. And that means when we set the font size of the body text to 1 rem, it's going to be 16 pixels. Now, what if the font size was something like 1.5? Well, calculating 1.5 times 16 pixels is a little bit complicated, right? So earlier I showed you a technique. If we set the font size of the HTML element to 62.5%, that means 62.5% of 16 pixels. So that is equivalent to 10 pixels. So when we say font size of the body text is 1.5 rem, that means 15 pixels. It just makes calculations easier. So I'm going to change this back to 1 rem. Now, some people prefer to use 62.5% here. Other people prefer to use 100%. This is completely subjective. There's no right or wrong. What matters here is that by using relative units for setting the font size, we can easily make our text responsive with very little code. So our text will look great on various screen sizes. Let me show you. So for our body, we're going to use 1 rem. And for H1, we're going to use 2 rems. So we are assuming these values are for mobile devices. That is the mobile first approach. Now, for tablets or desktop devices, we want to write a media query and increase the font size. We can achieve that with very little code. So I'm going to define a media query for screens that are minimum of, let's say, 400 pixels. That's just an arbitrary number. Now here I'm going to define a rule for the HTML element and set the font size to a value larger than 100%. We can set it to 130%. Now, because we're using relative units everywhere, like over here or over here, the font for all these elements will get bigger automatically. Let's save the changes. So back in the browser, this is the text size for a desktop computer. But if you resize the window to simulate a mobile device, our text gets smaller. See? We achieve this with very little code. So the common best practice is to set the font size relative to the HTML element. Now, how big should our headings be? Well, if you go to type-scale.com, you can see a visualization of the text at various sizes. This is really helpful in finding the right font size for different headings. For example, if you're happy with what you see here, you can use this value as the font size of the H1 element. Similarly, you can use this value as the font size of the H2 element and so on. So we have H1, H2, H3, and so on. Now on the left, you can change the settings. So our base size is set to 16 pixels. Here we have various scales like major third, perfect fourth, and so on. If we change the scale, our text gets larger or smaller at a different ratio. Okay. Now we can also change the Google font. So here we're using Open Sans, but we can use any of the fonts available in Google to get a good preview on the right side. We can also change the weight. So I'm going to set it to 700, which represents bold. So if we use these font sizes, our headings are going to look exactly like what we see here. So I'm going to grab this number and use it as the font size for our H1 element. Now below that, I'm going to define a rule for our H2 elements and set the font size to this other value. Let's paste it here. Now to preview this, back to our markup, I'm going to add another heading here. Let's say heading 2 and heading 1. Here's what we get. Now, of course, I've zoomed in here. That's why the text looks bigger than what you saw. But I want you to notice the difference between the font of heading 1 and heading 2. Our heading 1 element is using a serif font because here we have those lines or strokes. But our heading 2 is using a sans serif font. The reason this is happening is because for our body text, we set the font family to the system font stack, and then we overwrote the font for H1 elements. But we want to make sure that all our headings have the same font. So H1, H2, and so on. So to fix this problem, we have to separate the font family and font size properties in this rule. Because if you apply the other element selectors here, their font will be set to the same size. This is not what we want. So I'm going to define another set of rules for setting the font size for various headings. Then I'm going to move the font family property here. So using this technique, we set the font for all headings, and then we define individual rules for setting the font size for different headings. Now, save the changes back in the browser. Both our headings are using a serif font. So whenever you want to start a new project, I highly encourage you to go to typescale.com and find the right size for your headings. So we have covered everything you need to know about styling fonts. Now going forward, we're going to talk about styling text. In this lesson, we're going to talk about vertical spacing or the vertical rhythm of our text. So I've simplified the code from the previous lessons. Now we only have one H1 heading and one paragraph. We're going to talk about two properties that are used for vertical spacing, margin and line height. Now back to our markup, I'm going to select the H1 and P elements and then duplicate them. So now we have an H1, a paragraph, another H1, and one more paragraph. So here's what we get. Now this text is currently violating the law of proximity. The law of proximity describes how we humans see connections between various objects. So objects that are close to each other are perceived to be related. So back to this example, look at the margin above and below the heading. The margins are exactly the same. So it's not quite clear that this heading is for the paragraph below. This is where we need to apply the law of proximity. So we want to increase the top margin, so this heading gets separated from the paragraph before, and we want to reduce the bottom margin so the heading is closer to the text below. So back to our style sheet, currently we have only two rules, one for the body element, pretty basic, and below that we have another rule for our headings where we set the font family. Now I'm going to define another rule for our H1 elements to set the margin. Now here we're going to supply 4 values. Remember, top, right, bottom, and left, or turbo. So for top margin, I'm going to use 3 rems. For right margins, I'm going to use 0. And as I told you before, when using 0, we don't need to supply a unit. So just 0. Now for bottom margin, I'm going to use 1 rem. And I'm not going to supply a left margin because the browser is going to pick the right margin. Okay? So let's see what we get. Look, our second heading is perfectly separated from the paragraph before and is now closer to the paragraph after. This is an application of law of proximity. So as a rule of thumb, the top margin should be greater than the bottom margin. Now, why am I using rem here? Because I want the margin to be relative to the font size of the root element. So if the user goes to browser settings and change the default font size to, let's say, very small, look, our margins are still respected. If the user changes the font size to very large, our margins are still respected. So we don't want to use a pixel value. Now, let's change the font size to medium. Good. So this is all about margin. Now the next property we're going to talk about is line height. So for our body element, we have set the font size to 1 rem. Now we're going to set line height to specify the height of our lines. With this property, we can adjust the vertical space between lines. So we can bring the lines closer or farther. A general rule of thumb is to set this to 1.5 times the font size. So our font size is 1 rem, and I'm going to set this to 1.5 rem. Now let's see what we get. So here's the effect of line height. If we increase the line height to, let's say, 2.5, our lines are more separated. Once again, a good benchmark is 1.5, but don't take it as a magic number. Every web page is different. Try different numbers, try 1.4 or 1.6 and see what works best on your web page. So let's go with 1.5. Now there's a problem in this approach. If tomorrow I decide to change the font size to 1.5, let's see what happens. Our lines are now closer. If I change the font size to 2 rems, our layout is completely messed up. So whenever we change the font size, we have to remember to change the line height as well. Now let me show you a trick. If we supply a line height without a unit, this number will be used as a multiplier. So the browser is going to multiply this value by the font size, and as a result, the line height will always look good. So currently our font size is set to 2.5 rems. If we change the font size to 1 rem, our line height is still 1.5 times the font size. So that's all about vertical spacing. Next, we're going to talk about horizontal spacing. All right, now let's talk about horizontal spacing. In this lesson, we're going to talk about 3 properties: letter spacing, word spacing, and width. So back to our style sheet. Here in the rule for the body element, I'm going to set letter spacing to 1 rem. With this property, we can control the space between letters in a text. So let's take a look. Obviously, there's so much space between each letter. So when setting letter spacing, we don't want to use rem values. We want to use pixels. So let's set it to 1 pixel and see what we get. That's better. Now, let's inspect this element. And here in DevTools, look at letter spacing. We can select this. And using the up and down arrows, we can increase or decrease this value. So let's play with it and find out what works best. Sometimes, depending on the font you use, you may find out that the characters in your font are so close, so you may want to increase letter spacing. Other times, you might be using a font where the characters are so far apart, then you can reduce letter spacing by supplying a negative value. This is often helpful for headings. For example, let's inspect this heading, and over here, let's set letter spacing to -1 pixels. Now, look at the impact of this property. So, our heading looks better and more compact when we reduce letter spacing. Now, we also have word spacing for specifying the space between words. So, let's set it to 5 pixels and see what we get. Now we have 5 pixels between each word. And once again, you want to play with these numbers to come up with what really works. There is no right or wrong here. Now for the rest of this demo, I'm going to delete these 2 properties. We're not going to need them anymore. The last thing we're going to talk about in this lesson is the ideal line length. How many characters should we have in each line so the user can easily read our text? Well, research shows that the ideal line length is between 50 to 70 characters. If you have fewer or more characters in each line, reading the text is going to be harder. Imagine if each line had only 5 characters. Our eyes had to constantly move like this. Or if you had lines that were way too long, we had so many characters, so our eyes had to go from the left to the right side of the screen and then come back to the left. It's really hard to read text like that. So the ideal line length should be between 50 to 70 characters. But how can we achieve that? Well, I have a trick for you. Let's define a rule for our paragraph elements. Here we're going to set the width property to 50 ch. Ch is another unit in CSS, which is relative to the width of the 0 character. So when you say 50 ch, that is equivalent to 50 zeros. But why 50? Well, some characters like I or 1 take less space. So if you have 50 zeros, it's roughly equivalent to 60 to 70 characters, okay? So now take a look. Here's the result. Next, we're going to talk about formatting text. In this lesson, we're going to talk about a few properties that you need to know for formatting text. We're going to cover text align, text indent, text decoration, which is used for adding underlines or line throughs, text transform, which is used for converting letters to uppercase or lowercase, white space for controlling wrapping, column properties for creating multi-column text, and direction, which is used in right-to-left languages like Persian, Hebrew, and Arabic. Of course, there are many other properties. We're not going to cover them all. It's really pointless. The ones that I have listed here are the ones that I believe every front-end developer must know. So the first property we're going to talk about is text align, which is used for controlling the horizontal alignment of our text. The default value is left, but we can set it to right or center. And with that, our text becomes center aligned. We also have justify, but I highly encourage you not to use this because it makes your text a little bit hard to read. We end up with all these patches of white space between words. So for the web, the best alignment is left, but sometimes you may want to use center alignment. So that is text align. The next property is text indent, which we use for adding indentation on the first line of our text. For example, if I set this to 1 rem, look, we have 1 rem of space on the first line. Pretty useful. Now, quite often, we don't want to indent the first line after a heading. We want to indent the first line of subsequent paragraphs. So how can we do that? Well, earlier we talked about relational selectors. So if we type plus P here, that would select a paragraph that comes right after another paragraph. So back to our page, now the first line is not indented. But if you add a second paragraph, the first line of that paragraph will be indented. Let's verify that. So back to our markup, I'm going to select this paragraph and duplicate it. Now take a look. So the first line of the first paragraph is not indented, but the first line of subsequent paragraphs are indented. So that is the text indent property. Now, the next property we're going to talk about is text decoration. We can set it to underline. Now, let me remove the second P and apply this property to all our paragraphs. So take a look. We get underline. Another possible value is line through. This is useful for showing prices that are no longer valid. Now, the next property is text transform. With this, we can convert the text to lowercase or uppercase or capitalize. This will capitalize the first letter of every word. So it's pretty useful for headings. So that's text transform. Another useful property is white space, which is used for controlling wrapping. So if we set this to no wrap, look, we don't have wrapping here. We only have 1 line of text and horizontal scrolling. Of course, we don't want horizontal scrolling. So quite often, when we want to disable wrapping, we want to enforce a limit on the paragraph and then truncate the text. Let me show you how to do that. So we have enforced a width here. Let's add a border so we can see things clearly. Take a look. So this is the width of our text. Anything beyond that is outside of our container. So here we have overflowing. But as you know, by default, the value of overflow property is visible. That's why we see overflown content. But if it changes to hidden, now the text is clipped. But wouldn't that be nicer if we had ... at the end? Well, we can achieve that using the text overflow property. We can set this to ellipses. And with that, we can easily truncate text. So let me quickly recap. To truncate text, there are 4 properties we need to set. The first one is a fixed width. The second one is white space. We should set this to no wrap, so we'll end up with only one line of text. Next, we set overflow to hidden, so any extra content will become hidden. And finally, we set text overflow to ellipses, so we get ... at the end of the first line. Now, there is a new property in CSS that allows us to truncate text by the number of lines. That is called line clamp. For example, if we set this to 3, we can truncate the text after the 3rd line. But this property is still experimental, so I'm not going to cover it in this lesson. You can always read about it on your own. So this is all about truncating text. Now in CSS3, we have properties for creating multi-column text really easily. So let me delete all these properties that are used for truncating text. We don't need any of these. Instead, we're going to use column count. We set it to 2. Now we get 2 columns of text. We achieve this with only a single line of code. Super easy. Now we can also control the gap between these columns. So we have another property called column gap. We can set it to 1 rem or 2 rem, whatever. Now we have 1 rem of space, but if you set it to 2, the space is more pronounced. We can also add a line between these columns. So we set column rule to, let's say, 3 pixels dotted 999. That's a really light gray color. So take a look. I think that's pretty nice. So this is all about multi-column text. Now, the last property we're going to talk about is direction, which is used in right to left languages. The default value is LTR, which is short for left to right, but we can set it to RTL, and now our paragraph becomes right to left. Now, quite often, we want to apply this at the top, for example, at the body level. So now the entire page is right to left. So my Iranian, Arab, and Jewish friends are going to love this. So this is all about formatting text. Welcome back to another section of the Ultimate HTML and CSS course. In this section, we're going to talk about images in depth. We'll talk about image types and formats, background images, optimization techniques such as CSS sprites and data URLs. Next, we'll talk about clipping images and applying filters to them. Then we'll talk about responsive images, so you will learn how to support high-density screens like Apple's Retina displays to show images that look super sharp. We'll also talk about resolution switching, which involves showing a different image on mobiles, tablets, and desktop computers. You will also learn how to use modern image formats like WebP, which results in smaller files. Then we'll talk about art direction, which is a technique for showing a zoomed in or a cropped version of an image on certain screen sizes. And we'll finish this section by talking about scalable vector graphics and icon fonts for displaying icons. Just like always, make sure to watch every lesson because everything I've covered in this section is absolutely essential for every front-end developer. Now, let's jump in and get started. All right, let's start this section by talking about image types and formats. In computers, we have 2 types of images: raster images, which are made up of pixels, and vector images, which are defined by a set of mathematical vectors like lines and curves. So as you can see, we use raster images for photos and vector images for simple graphics, icons, logos, and so on. Now, there are a few things you need to know about these image types. Raster images often come from cameras and scanners, but they can also be produced by software. Any image with the extension of JPG or JPEG, PNG, and GIF is essentially a raster image. It's made up of pixels. And that means the larger the image, the more pixels we need, and that results in a larger file size. So on the web, we don't want to serve large images because downloading them takes time. but we don't want to serve really small images either because these images look blurry if you scale them up because they don't have enough pixels or data, okay? Now, in contrast, we create vector images using software like Adobe Illustrator or any tool that allows us to draw something and export it as an SVG file. SVG is short for Scalable Vector Graphics. So these graphics are scalable and they always look sharp at any size because these images are not made up of pixels. They are defined by mathematical vectors. Here's another comparison of a raster and a vector image. On the left side, we have a raster image. On the right side, we have a vector image. Now pay close attention to the word HTML. Can you see how sharp each character is? And this image always looks sharp at any size, even if we make it really, really large. This is the benefit of scalable vector graphics. Now let's talk about the common raster image formats. We have JPG or JPEG, GIF, PNG, and WebP, which is a modern image format a lot of people are not familiar with. Quite often, WebP images are smaller in size, but the problem with the WebP format is that it's not supported in Internet Explorer. So here on caniuse.com, look, it's supported in all modern browsers except Internet Explorer. At the time of recording this, the total coverage is 90%. So it's pretty good, but if you have clients that are using Internet Explorer, you cannot rely on WebP. You should use other formats. So back to this table. Now look at the number of colors of these formats. All these formats except GIF support 16 million colors. So we can have a lot of details in these images. The other difference is in transparency. What is transparency? Well, look at the image of this keyboard. This image is on a transparent background. So these tiles that you see here, they represent transparency. And that means we can take this keyboard and put it on any background. We can put it on a white background, on a black background, on a background with patterns and so on. This is the benefit of transparency. So if we need transparency, then we have to use a GIF or a PNG or a WebP image because JPEG images don't support transparency. Now, out of the three, which one is better? Well, look at the number of colors. GIF images only support 256 colors. So if you have a lot of colors and details in our image, then we have to go with PNG or WebP. Otherwise, if you have a really simple image with flat colors, then we can go with GIF. Another difference is in animation. All these formats except JPEG support animations. So we can use them for really short animations that are only a few seconds long. For anything more serious and longer, we have to use a video. So these are the differences between these image formats. Most of the time we use JPEG and we use GIF or PNG when we need transparency or animations. In HTML, we have two types of images, content images and background images. In this lesson, we're going to talk about content images, and we'll talk about background images in the next lesson. So below this video, I've attached a zip file. Inside the zip file, you're going to find a bunch of images. So download the zip file, uncompress it, and then drag and drop those images onto the images folder. So these are the images we're going to work with throughout this section. Now, back to our markup. Earlier, we talked about the image element. Let's review it one more time because we're going to use it throughout this section. So each image element should have two attributes, source and alt. We're going to set the source to images/meal.jpg and alt, which is short for alternative text, to a description of this image. Now, do you remember why we need these? There are two reasons. One reason is for blind people. Blind people cannot see images. They use screen readers, and these screen readers read out the text on the screen for them. So here we have to type a good description of this image for these blind people. In this case, we can say a bowl of salmon and curry. So let's take a look. Here's what we get. Now there's another use case for the alt attribute. Sometimes the user is on a poor connection and one or more images may not be downloaded. In those cases, the user will see the text that we type here. So it's really important to come up with a really descriptive text. So this is all about the alt attribute. Now, sometimes the images we have don't really have any useful content. They're mainly used for decorative purposes. For example, let's change this to line.jpg. Take a look. This image is purely used for decoration. In those cases, we should set the alt attribute to an empty string or an empty pair of quotes. Why is that? If you leave out the alt attribute, the screen readers will read out the name of the file, like line.jpg. Sometimes our file names are not descriptive, so we don't want a screen reader to read out the name of a file. So as a best practice, for decorative images, always set the alt attribute to an empty pair of quotes. Now, let's go back to meal.jpg. So this image that we have here, by default, is shown at its real size. So here we have a 400 by 400 pixel image, and what we see here is the real size of this image. Now, as I told you before, using CSS, we can scale an image. So we can give this element a class, like meal, and then here we define a rule and set the width to, let's say we want this image to take up the entire width of the viewport. So we set it to 100 VW. Now take a look. Now there's a problem here. Our image looks blurry. Can you see that? We have lost some of the details because this image is originally 400 by 400, but we're showing it at a much bigger size and we don't have enough pixels or data about those details. That's why the image looks blurry. This is the problem with raster images. Scalable vector graphics or SVG files don't have this problem, but we cannot show a photo of a meal using an SVG file because defining this shape using mathematics is really complex. We need so many lines and curves to get this image, and in reality, we will never be able to produce a real image with mathematics. So this is all about content images. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about background images. All right, let's talk about background images. Quite often, we use background images for decorative purposes. For example, we can apply a background to our body element or a section or a header and so on. So let's go ahead and apply a background image to the body element. So we go to our style sheet and define a new rule for the body element. Now, earlier we talked about the background property, which is a shorthand for background color or background image. So to apply a background image, we can either use the background image property or background. I'm going to go with background because it's shorter. Now to load an image, here we call the URL function and type a relative or an absolute path to our image. So look, currently we are in styles.css, and this file is inside the CSS folder. So we have to go one level up, then we go to the images folder and load one of these files. So we type .. and with this we go one level up. Then we go to the images folder and load bg-paper.jpg. So take a look. Here's what we get. This is the actual image, but as you can see, this image is repeated horizontally and vertically. This looks ugly, but we have full control over these background images. So back to our style sheet, here we can set background repeat to no repeat, and this disables the horizontal and vertical repetitions. Now, sometimes we want the background image to be repeated in one direction. For example, here we can set background repeat to repeat X, and this will repeat the background only along the horizontal axis. So here's what we get. Other times, we want to repeat it vertically, so we set this property to repeat -y, and here's what we get. So the value that we set here really depends on our image and its dimensions. In this demo, I'm going to go with no repeat. Now, by default, our background is placed at the top left corner of its container, which is in this case, the body element, but we have full control over the position of the background. So here we set background -position to. Now here we need to supply two values, one for the horizontal adjustment, the other for the vertical adjustment. So we can push this background 100 pixels to the right and 100 pixels down. And here's what we get. We can also supply negative values. So if you want to push this image 100 pixels to the left, we pass -100 pixels. Now, the actual values you use really depends on your image. For example, our image might be a photo of a table with a meal. Now, in some cases, we might want to reposition the background so the meal is in the center of attention. Or we might want to change the position of the background so we have some free space for our text. So the values we pass here really depends on the image. Now, in this example, I'm using absolute values, but we can also use relative values. For example, if we set the first value to 100%, this will push the background to the right side of its container. So here's what we get. So this is all about the background position property. Now we can also change the size of our background image. So we can set background size to two values, one for the width, the other for the height. So we can set it to 200 pixels and 200 pixels. And here's what we get. And of course, we can use relative values. For example, we can set the first value to 100%. And now our background stretches to fill the entire width of its container. Now, what if we set the second value to 100%? What's going to happen? Our background disappeared. Can you explain why? We talked about this before. Because our body element is a block level element, and as you know, the height of block level elements is by default 0. So they get tall enough to fit their content. Now in this example, we don't have anything inside the body element, so its height is 0. That's why when we set the second value here to 100%, that means 100% the height of the container, which is 0. But if we set the height of this body element to 100 VH, now our background stretches to fill the entire container. Now here we also have a keyword called cover. This will resize the background so it covers the entire container while keeping its aspect ratio. So in this case, our background covers the entire page. Now if you pay close attention, you can see that our background image looks a little bit blurry. Because the image I have used here is very small, it's only 400 pixels wide, but our browser window here is much wider. So here we can use another image that I have supplied in the zip file that I gave you in the last lesson. That is bg-paper at 2x. So it's the same image, but twice bigger. Now take a look. See, our image is less blurry. We can see these beautiful patterns in the paper. So when setting background images, we have full control over the repetition, their position, and their size. Now there is one more property you need to know. Let's change our background to BG-San Francisco. So we get a beautiful picture of the Golden Gate in San Francisco. Now I'm going to add a heading on top of this background. So here in index.html, let's add an h1 element and say my heading. Take a look. So here's what we get. We could also have some text content. It doesn't matter. Now I want to increase the height of this page, so we have vertical scrolling. So currently the height is set to 100% of the height of the viewport. I'm going to change it to 300, so we get vertical scrolling. But do you see what happened to the background image? Our background has grown way larger because now we have a much bigger area that the background should cover. Because earlier we set the background size property to cover. So the browser is going to resize the background so it covers the entire container. And that's why our background looks very blurry here. But let's not worry about this for a second. What I want to point out here is that as we scroll up or down, our background also moves. Now here we have a property called background attachment. If we set it to fixed, our background is going to stay fixed relative to the viewport. So if you scroll up and down, the background doesn't move, but our content is moving. And also note that the background is much smaller now because it's covering only 100% of the height of the viewport, not 300. So if we set background attachment to fixed, the background will be fixed relative to the viewport. In this demo, we're going to talk about an optimization technique called CSS sprites. So let's start off by adding an image element. We're going to set the source to images/dishes.png. We get this beautiful icon that I got from flaticon.com. So on this website, you can find millions of beautiful icons. Now, back to the business. Let's duplicate this a few times. Now for the second image, I'm going to use landing.png. For the third image, I'm going to use rocket ship. Then I'm going to use Saturn. And finally, UFO. So we get these beautiful icons. Now in this demo, these icons are laid out next to each other. But on a real web page, they're probably spread in different places on the page. Now, let's open up Chrome DevTools. And here on the Network tab, make sure Disable Cache is selected because we're going to refresh the page. And I want to make sure that all these images are re-downloaded. So to refresh the page, we can press Command and R on Mac or Control and R on Windows. All right. So here are all the resources that are downloaded. We can also apply a filter. So we can select the filter and go to image. So we have 5 images. Now, what I want you to pay attention to here is that for getting each image, our browser is sending a separate HTTP request to the server. Now, if we have a page with tons of images and we have millions of concurrent users, all these users are going to send millions of requests to our server. So that's going to cause a lot of overhead on the server. This is where we can use a technique called CSS sprites. So we can combine all these images into a single image and then get that image using a single HTTP request. Let me show you how to do this. So we're going to go to cssspritetool.com. On this website, we can easily create a CSS sprite, which is an image that combines multiple images. Now, there are many other tools out there. Maybe in the future, when you're watching this video, this website is not available. Just go to Google and search for CSS sprites generator. There are tons of websites out there. Now, these online tools are good for one-off cases, but if you want to create CSS sprites over and over, you would better use command line tools, because with these command line tools, you can automate this process. Now, that's outside the scope of this course. So let's go to cssspritetool.com. Now, over here, we can drop our images, which can be PNG, GIF, or JPEG. So I'm going to drop all the images that we use in this lesson. Here they are. Good. Now, down below, we can select some of the settings. So we can change the image type from PNG to GIF or JPEG. I'm going to go with PNG because these images have a transparent background. Next, we have the alignment. We can align these images horizontally or vertically. It doesn't really make a difference. Next, we have a CSS class prefix, which is set to this value by default. I'm going to change this to BG-. You will see why in a second. Now, we can also apply a padding between our images, but this is really unnecessary. So let's go ahead and generate a CSS sprite. Now we can download it as a zip package. Inside the zip file, we get this folder. In this folder, we get one PNG file that combines all of our images. So let me show you. All these images are laid out horizontally with no padding between them, okay? Now we should add this image to our project. So I'm going to move this to the side. Now, here's the images folder. So let's drag and drop this image right here. Good. Now back to this folder. We also have a CSS file. Let's open it in VS Code. So this tool has generated a bunch of classes. All these classes start with BG-. That is the prefix that I said earlier. Now after BG-, we have a name that comes from the file name. So the first class is BG-dishes because the name of our file was dishes.png. Okay. Now look at the properties here. We have the background property, which is set to our CSS sprite that combines all the images. Now after that, we have 2 values. This is for positioning the background. So in this case, we have the shorthand syntax, but we could also set background position separately to 0 pixels and -0 pixels. Now, of course, -0 doesn't really make sense, but this is a tool that automatically generates this value. So don't worry about these. All we have to do now is to copy all these classes and then put them in our style sheet. Now we have to update the path to this image file because currently we are in the CSS folder. So we have to go one level up and then go to the images folder. Now I'm going to apply the same prefix to other instances of this file. So real quick, and one more. So here we have 2 other properties, width and height. This is the width of each icon. After that, we have display set to inline block. You will see why we need this property in a second. Now, back to our markup. We're going to get rid of all these image elements. Instead, we're going to add a bunch of span elements. So I'm going to add a span with a class of BG-dishes. Tab. Now, take a look. We get this icon just like before, but in this case, this icon is applied using a background image. So we have a sprite that combines all these images. Now in our span, we're showing only this part of the background. So back to our style sheet, we have set the background image here. Then we have width and height set to 100 pixels. Next, we have display set to inline block. Why do we need this? Because we have used a span element, and as you know, spans are inline elements. So we cannot apply a width and height to an inline element unless we set the display to inline block. That is the reason we have this property here. Now, Back to index.html, let's add a few more spans. For the second one, I'm going to set the class to bg-landing, just like before. Then we're going to use rocket ship. Next, we're going to use Saturn, and finally, UFO. So we get all these icons exactly like before, but with this new implementation, our browser is sending a single HTTP request to the server. Let's verify it. So we're going to bring up the network tab one more time and refresh. Look, there is a single HTTP request to download our CSS sprite. This is the benefit of this approach, but don't go over the board with this approach. Don't try to combine all your images in a CSS sprite. It doesn't make sense for two reasons. The first reason is that we don't want to combine big images like photos of people, dishes, and so on into a single CSS sprite. We'll end up with a really large file. That's one reason. The second reason is that CSS sprites are not flexible. So if we want to replace one of these images, we have to regenerate our CSS sprite. So we should use this approach for small images like logos and icons. All right, let's talk about data URLs, formerly called data URIs. Data URLs is another optimization technique for reducing the number of HTTP requests. With this technique, we can embed an image directly into an HTML document or a style sheet. So for this demo, we're going to go to cssportal.com/image-to-data. Now in the future, when you're watching this lesson, if this website is not available, just go to Google and search for data URI or data URL generator. Now on this page, we can drop an image. So I'm going to drop this image as an example. Now down below, in the data URI box, you can see this image represented as a long sequence of characters. So we can get this sequence of characters and put it directly inside an HTML document or a style sheet. Down below, you can see an example. So we're going to copy this and paste it into our markup. Here's what we get. We have an image element with two attributes. Alt is set to the name of the file. So perhaps we want to give this a more descriptive value. Or if this image is used purely for decoration, we want to set this to an empty string. Now look at the source attribute. It's set to this really long string of characters. This is a data URL. So all the URLs we have talked about so far started with HTTP or HTTPS. That is the protocol in a URL. Now data is another protocol which is used for representing a binary file in a sequence of characters. Right after data, we have colon. Then we have image/png. This specifies the type of data we're representing here. And after that, we have the actual data. So if we save the changes and go back to the browser, we see this UFO. Now let's open up Chrome DevTools. Here on the network tab, let's refresh the page. We get a data URL. And this data URL is coming straight from the memory. So our browser did not send a separate HTTP request to download this image because this image is embedded inside our HTML document. Now look at the time. The time to get this was 0 milliseconds. So with data URLs, we can reduce the number of HTTP requests, and with this, we can potentially achieve faster load time. But there are a number of problems with this approach. The first problem is that the size of embedded code is always larger than the size of the original resource. So back to this page, look at the old size and compare it with the new size. The old size represents the size of our PNG file, and the new size represents the size of our data URL. So in this case, our data URL is about 4 kilobytes larger. So we don't want to embed so many images using data URLs because we'll end up increasing the size of our HTML document or style sheet. The second problem is increased complexity in markup and workflow. So tomorrow, if we decide to replace this image, we'll have to come back here or go to another tool and regenerate the data URL. This is not convenient. It's much easier to replace an image in the file system. And the third problem is that on mobile devices, data URLs are significantly slower to display than external images. Personally, I'm not a fan of data URLs because I think the benefits don't outweigh the drawbacks. That's why I've never used them in the past. But I know there are a lot of websites that use them, so that's why I cover them in this course. So in case you see them, you know what they are and how they work. The next thing we're going to talk about is clipping. In CSS, we can easily clip or cut a part of an image. So for this demo, let's go to Google and search for CSS clip generator. Look at the first link, bennettfeely.com/clipping. Now, once again, in the future, if this website is not available, just use another tool. So take a look. On this website, we have a bunch of templates for clipping images. So we can clip this image like a triangle. We also have other templates like hexagon. That's pretty interesting. We have left arrow, right arrow, and so on. We can also move these points around and create a custom clip path. As we make these changes, the code down below gets updated. Now, unfortunately, this is not visible in my recording window, but over here you see a CSS property called clip path. So for this demo, I'm just going to grab the basic right arrow template. Then I'm going to copy the CSS property. Now, back to index.html, let's add an image with a class of meal. We set the source to images/meal.jpg. Then we go to our style sheet, define a rule for this class, and paste the code that we copied from that website. So we have clip path set to a polygon with these values. Now, we don't really need to understand how these values work. This just represents a polygon. Now, back to the browser, here's what we get. So this is how clipping works. Now, a lot of people think they have to use tools like Photoshop to achieve results like this, but these days, CSS is very powerful. There's so many things we can do with our images. Clipping is just one example. Next, we're going to talk about filters. In CSS, we can also apply filters to our images. We have a bunch of filters like grayscale, blur, contrast, brightness, saturate, and so on. So for this demo, we're going to use the same image as the previous lesson. Now back to our style sheet. Here we're going to set the filter property to grayscale. The grayscale is a function. That's why we have a pair of parentheses. So just like other functions, here we can pass a value or an argument. For example, if we pass 70%, our image becomes 70% grayscale. We can also apply multiple filters. So after grayscale, we type a space and then type blur of 3 pixels. Here's what we get. Now, what if you want to apply these filters when we hover our mouse over the image? Well, earlier we talked about pseudo-class selectors. With these pseudo-class selectors, we can select an element in a particular class or in a particular state. So here we can apply the hover pseudo-class selector. And now, when we hover over our image, the filters are applied. So that's very powerful. Now, to find the complete list of filters, just go to Google and search for CSS filter functions. Look at the first link. That is from developer.mozilla.org. So on this page, you can see a demo of these filters applied to the image on the right side. So we can make it blur, we can increase the contrast, we can make it grayscale, we can shift the colors by 90 degrees. We can also drop a shadow. So filters are very powerful. Now down below, you can see examples of various supported filters. I'm not going to go over them all. It's really pointless. So just be aware that we have these filters in CSS. Now, in terms of the support, as you can see on caniuse.com, almost 97% of the browsers out there support filters. The only browsers that don't are Internet Explorer and Opera Mini. So if you don't care about these browsers, use the filter property. Otherwise, you would have to create separate versions of your images with filters applied using tools like Photoshop. These days, we have a lot of high-density screens with more pixels, and that's something you need to take into account when displaying images. So let's talk about a bit of history. In the past, we had iPhone 3 with the resolution of 480 by 320. Then in 2010, Apple introduced iPhone 4 with the exact same screen size, but with double resolution. So the resolution of iPhone 4 is 960 by 640, which means we have twice as many pixels in each direction, horizontally and vertically. This was the first generation of high-density screens, which Apple called Retina displays, okay? Now, let's say we have an image that is 320 by 320. If we display this image on an iPhone 3, it's going to look like this, right? Now, what if we display this on an iPhone 4? How big do you think the image is going to be? You might think the image is going to be half the size because 320 pixels take up half of the width of the screen, right? Well, that's not true. iPhone 4 has a scale factor of 2x, which means it's going to render each pixel of this image using 2 pixels on the device. So it's going to resize the image and make it twice as big. Now there's a problem here. Earlier I told you that when we scale up a raster image, our image looks a little bit blurry. Now, if you want this image to look sharp on iPhone 4 or any other high-density screens, we have to provide a separate version of this image that is twice as big, and then display it at the original size. I'm going to show you how to do this in a second. But first, let's define a few terms. Our devices these days have a few properties. One of them is physical resolution, which is based on the actual number of pixels on the device. For example, iPhone 4 has a physical resolution of 960 by 640. Now, our devices also have a logical resolution, which is basically how they behave. So iPhone 4 has a logical resolution of 480 by 320. Now, CSS is always based on the logical resolution. So when we say 200 pixels in CSS, we're talking about the logical resolution. Now, our devices also have another property called device pixel ratio, or DPR, which is the ratio of physical to logical pixels. iPhone 4 has a DPR of 2, but different screens have different DPRs. Sometimes the DPR can be 1.5, it can be 2, 2.5, 3, 4, and so on. And this might change in the future as we get more high-density screens. A high-density screen is essentially a screen with a DPR greater than 1, which means we have more physical pixels than logical pixels. All right, now the fun part. Earlier at the beginning of this section, I gave you a zip file with a bunch of images we're going to use throughout this section. In this zip file, you're going to find this file, mil-full. This is our mil image in full size. Now I'm going to use Photoshop to resize this image for 3 different DPRs, 1x, 2x, and 3x. If you don't have Photoshop, don't worry, you can use any other tools. Or if you don't have any tools at all, you can find the resized versions in this folder. So here we have mil.jpg, that is our 1x version. We also have mil at 2x.jpg and mil at 3x.jpg. So this is the convention we use for naming these files. We append at 2x or at 3x at the end. Now, what about the other DPRs like 1.5, 2.5, and so on? Well, we don't want to worry about them too much. 1x, 2x, and 3x should cover most of the screens out there. So now I'm going to open mil-full with Photoshop. All right, here's our image. First, I'm going to resize this for 3x screens. So on the top, we go to the image menu, then image size. Here you can see the original size, which is over 2300 pixels. We're going to change this to 1200 pixels. But why 1200? Well, let's say we want to display this image at 400 by 400 CSS pixels. So we're talking about the logical pixels. On a screen with a DPR of 3x, we want to provide an image that is 1200 by 1200. So 400 times 3, okay? Now, let's go ahead. Good. Then we go to File, Save As. So we're going to call this mil at 3x.jpg. Replace. Now, in this dialog box, we can specify how much we want to compress the image. For JPEGs, a good rule of thumb is to set this to 7. We still get a good quality, but we get a lot of compression. So let's go with that. Good. Next, we're going to resize this image for 2x screens. So we go to Image, Image Size, and change the size to how many pixels? 800 by 800. So that is 400 times 2. Now we're going to save this file at mil at 2x, but I'm not going to do that. It's going to waste your time. What I want to point out here is that we should always start with the largest image. So 3x, then 2x, then 1x, not the other way around. Because if you start with a 400 by 400 image, and then use Photoshop to make this image twice as big, we're going to end up with a blurry image because Photoshop has to create new pixels to make our image bigger. So always start with the biggest size, okay? Now, back to index.html. Let's add an image with the class of mil. I'm going to set the source to images/mil.jpg. So that is our base image that is 400 by 400. Next, we give it an alternative text. We can say a bowl of salmon and curry. Now, to provide different versions of this image for high density screens, we're going to use the source set attribute. So with this attribute, we can provide a set of sources for different screens. We're going to set this to images/mil.jpg, followed by a space and 1x. So if the device pixel ratio of the screen is 1x, the browser is going to use this image. Next, we add a comma and supply a second source for a 2x screen. So we say images/meal at 2x.jpg, followed by a space and 2x. And of course, we can reformat this to make it more readable. And one more source, images/meal at 3x.jpg for a 3x screen. Now, let's save the changes. Unfortunately, Prettier plugin reformats our code, so that's something we have to deal with. Now we go to our style sheet and define a rule for this image. Here we're going to set the width to 400 pixels. Now, back to the browser. Here's the image we get. Let's open up Chrome DevTools and go to the Network tab, refresh the page. So on my machine, I'm getting meal at 2x because I'm on a Mac computer and the device pixel ratio of my screen is 2x. Now, let me show you what would happen if we didn't set the source set attribute. So I'm going to duplicate this image element. Now, for the first instance, I'm going to remove the source set attribute. So back to the browser, both these images are 400 by 400. That is coming from our CSS rule. But on the left side, we have an image that is 400 by 400 pixels. On the right, we have an image that is 800 by 800 pixels. If you pay close attention, you can tell that the image on the right is sharper. So using the source set attribute, we can provide high quality versions of our image for high density screens. But don't assume that you should provide different versions of every single image for high density screens. That's absolutely overkill. You only want to use this technique if you have a beautiful homepage with images that should look super sharp, then go ahead and use this technique. Also, this technique is for fixed size images. So in this example, we're displaying an image with the width of 400 pixels. That's our logical size, but we have provided 3 different versions of this image for standard and high density screens. In the next lesson, I will show you how to deal with images that should render at different sizes depending on the screen resolution of the device. Sometimes we want to provide different images for mobile phones, tablets, and desktops. This is called the resolution switching problem. So let's see how we can handle this scenario. Back to index.html. First, I'm going to delete this first image element. So we have a single image element. Now, in the previous lesson, we applied a width of 400 pixels to this image and provided 3 different versions of this image for standard and high density screens. Now, both standard and high density screens have different resolutions. For example, on this slide, you can see various high density Apple devices. All these devices have a pixel ratio of 2, but as you can see, the resolution varies significantly. Now, if this image is going to be displayed at exactly the same size across these devices, we don't have any problems. However, if we change this to a relative unit, let's say 100 VW, we have a problem. Because with our current implementation, we're going to provide the same image to all the devices you saw in the previous slide. All these devices have a pixel ratio of 2x, so we will provide the same image, which is 800 by 800, to all these devices. Now, the browser on each device has to resize the image, so it takes up 100% of the width of the viewport. Now, this resizing operation can be costly to the browser. The larger this image, the more costly this operation is going to be, because the browser has to load the entire image in the memory in order to resize it. This is the resolution switching problem. So we want to provide different versions of this image for different screen sizes or different resolutions. But there are so many devices out there with different resolutions, so it's not practical to provide this image at various sizes to support all these devices. But what we can do is provide this image at 3 different sizes like small, medium, and large, and let the browser pick up the best image based on the screen resolution and the pixel ratio of the device. So instead of 1x, 2x, and 3x, here we're going to supply the actual width of this image. So we type 400W. We use the W unit to represent the actual width of this image. So this is the width that we see in Photoshop. So at this point, we don't care about the physical or the actual resolution of a screen. We're just telling the browser, we have this image with this width. Now for our second image, we're going to say the width is 800 pixels. And finally, for our last image, we're going to say the width is 1200 pixels. Make sure not to use px here. You have to use the W unit, okay? Let's save the changes. So in this case, prettier, beautifully reformats our code. So now that the browser knows the width of each image, it can pick the right image depending on the resolution and pixel ratio of the screen. Now we can take this to the next level. Let's say on a mobile device, we want our image to take up the entire width of the page. On a tablet, it should take up half of the page, and on a desktop computer, it should take about a third of the page. Now, to implement this, we're not going to use media queries because the width that we apply to the image will impact the browser's decision to pick the right file. So I'm going to delete this property from here. Now, back to our markup, we're going to use the sizes attribute of the image element. So let me show you how to use this. We set sizes to a bunch of sizes. Here we're going to use media conditions. So our first condition is max width of, let's say, 500 pixels. So we are saying if the width of the viewport is a maximum of 500 pixels, let's say that's a mobile device, then we're going to set the width of our image to 100 VW. Now the second condition, if the max width is, let's say, 700 pixels, so if it's a tablet, we're going to display our image at 50% of the viewport. Otherwise, we're going to set the width of the image to 33 VW. Now, these numbers that I'm using here, these breakpoints are arbitrary. The values used here really depends on your design. So earlier I told you that you should always start with mobile. Then you resize the browser and see at what point your design breaks. That is the breakpoint you should pick. So now with this implementation, we're giving the browser all the information it needs to pick the right image for different devices. We are saying we have a set of images in these sizes, and here are the final sizes of these images that we should display. Based on all this information, the browser is going to use some math and pick the right image to download. All that math, all those calculations is completely irrelevant to us. So now on mobiles, our image takes up the entire width of the page. On tablets, it takes up half of the page, and on desktops, it takes up a third of the page. All right, one last thing before we finish this lesson. In this lesson, I chose these sizes, 400, 1800, and 1200, but I picked the sizes arbitrarily. It doesn't mean that you should always supply 3 versions of your image at these sizes. The best way to decide on the sizes and generate image assets is using this website, responsivebreakpoints.com. Here we can upload a file, and this website would automatically generate our image assets according to these settings. So we can set the resolution. The default value is between 200 to 1400. That covers most screens out there. So I think that's a good setting. Next, we have size step. With this, we can specify how much each image asset is going to be smaller than the previous image assets. The default setting is 20 kilobytes. So each image file will be 20 kilobytes smaller. Now we can change this to, let's say, 50 kilobytes. Then we have the maximum number of image assets. The default is 20, but I think that's an overkill. We don't want to supply 20 versions of the same image. The performance gain is really negligible. So I would prefer to set this to somewhere between, let's say, 3 to 5. But of course, that's subjective. Now we can upload a file. So I'm going to upload mil-full here. We're going to give it a few seconds. All right, our image assets are ready. So on the right side, you can see all these images. The smallest is 200 by 200, and the file size is 28 kilobytes. The next image is almost 3 times bigger, and the file size is almost 5 times bigger. So it's more than 50 kilobytes that we set earlier. So similarly, we have a few other images. We can view each of these images individually, or we can download them all as a zip file. Also, over here, you can see an example of an image tag. So you can add this to our markup and make the necessary changes. Earlier in this section, we talked about the common raster image formats. So we have JPEG, GIF, PNG, and WebP, which is a modern format a lot of people are not familiar with. We also have JPEG 2000. I didn't list it here because there is very limited support for it. But in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use these modern image formats. So our focus in this lesson is on WebP images. Now you might be wondering how we can convert our images to WebP format. Well, there are a few ways. If you use Photoshop, you have to download a plugin called WebP Shop. If you use Sketch, you get native support, so you can easily export or save an image as WebP. And in case you're not familiar with Sketch, it's a very popular design tool. We also have a bunch of online tools like cloudconvert.com, which we're going to use in this lesson, as well as command line tools, which you're going to use if you want to automate the process of converting to WebP. So here on cloudconvert.com, let's select a file. I'm going to upload meal.jpg. That is our small version, which is 400 by 400. So let's go with that. Now, from this drop-down list, we can select the target format. So we're going to convert this to WebP. Good. Now we can customize the settings. I'm going to leave the defaults and go ahead with the conversion. All right, our image is ready. Now let's download it. All right, here's our WebP file. Now look at the file size. It's 97 kilobytes compared to the original, 260 kilobytes. So WebP images are a lot smaller than JPEG or PNG. Now, there are two ways to use this image. We can use the image element just like before. So we can set the source to images/meal.webp. Here's what we get. Now I'm going to add the JPEG version side by side so you can compare them. So back to our markup. Let's duplicate this and load meal.jpg. Look, they're almost identical. If you pay really close attention, yes, the JPEG version looks slightly sharper, but most people cannot tell the difference. So it's much better to use WebP because our file sizes are a lot smaller. So this is the simplest way to use the WebP format. However, Internet Explorer doesn't support the WebP format. So here on caniuse.com, we can see that over 90% of the browsers out there support the WebP image format, except Internet Explorer. So Internet Explorer has always been a pain in the neck. Now, if you don't have clients on Internet Explorer and you're targeting a specific audience, you can simply use the image element. However, if you want to support Internet Explorer or any other browsers that don't support these modern formats, then you would have to use the picture element. So here we're going to add a picture element. Each picture can have multiple sources. So we add a source element. First, we set the type to image/webp. So we have the type followed by the subtype. Then we set the source set attribute to images/meal.webp. Now, because we're using the source set attribute, we can supply multiple versions for high density screens. For example, we can say this is for 1x screens, and then we supply another source like images/meal at 2x.webp for 2x screens. It really depends on what problem you're trying to solve. Just don't over-engineer things. Always think about the problem, understand what problem you're trying to solve, then write code, okay? So we're going to keep things simple in this lesson. So that's our first source. Now, let's duplicate this. Our second source is going to be a JPEG. So let's change the file as well. Now, here we should always add an image element for two reasons. One reason is that this is where we're going to type the alternative text. That's one reason. The other reason is to support browsers that don't support the picture or the source elements. So we should always have an image element here. I'm going to set the source to images/meal.jpg. And of course, we need to write a meaningful description like a bowl of salmon and curry. Good. So here's what we get exactly like before. Sometimes we want to show a zoomed in or a cropped version of an image for certain screen sizes. This is called art direction. Let me show you a real example. So here on earls.ca, we have 3 images, and these images are almost square. Now, when I reduce the screen size, see what happened? The first image is now rectangular, and it's cropped and zoomed in. So right now, we only see a curry bowl. But on tablet or desktop, we also see a bowl of rice. That is not visible on mobile devices. This is a real application of art direction. Another application is for backgrounds. We might have a background with a person in the middle. That background might look great on desktop or tablets, but on mobiles, maybe the person in the middle of the background looks too small. So for mobiles, we can provide a zoomed in or a cropped version of that image. Now, if you look at the zip file that I gave you at the beginning of this section, you're going to find these 2 files, meal-cropped and meal-cropped at 2x. Of course, we could have 3x as well, but that is unnecessary for this lesson. Now, to implement art direction, Once again, we're going to use the picture element. So in the previous lesson, we added a source element with the type attribute set to image/webp. Now we're going to use the media attribute. Here we can type a media condition like max width 500 pixels. Now this number here is an arbitrary breakpoint. The actual value used really depends on your design. So we are saying if you're on mobile, then the source of this image should be images/mil-cropped.jpg. And of course, we could supply 1x and 2x versions, but let's not worry about it here. So here's the first source. Now let's duplicate this. For the second source, we're going to change the media condition to min width of 501. So if the viewport is wider than 501 pixels, then we're going to use our original image. Okay. Now, just like before, we need to add the image element. Here we're going to set the source to images/mil.jpg. And of course, we can give it a meaningful description. Let's not worry about it and see what we get. So on desktop or tablets, here's what we get. But if you go to mobile, our image becomes cropped. See that? This is art direction in action. So we have covered all the common raster image formats. Now let's talk about scalable vector graphics. As I told you earlier in this section, these graphics are defined by mathematical vectors like lines, curves, and so on. So they're not tied to pixels, and they always look sharp at any size. Here's an example. Let's add an image element, and we're going to set the source to images/ufo.svg. We get this beautiful UFO icon, and this looks super sharp, even though it's really big. And we can always resize this, so we can apply a class here, like UFO, and then in our style sheet, we can set the width to 100 pixels. Pretty easy. So quite often we use SVG files for logos, icons, and simple graphics. Another application is in backgrounds. So if you go to svgbackgrounds.com, you can find plenty of beautiful backgrounds, and you can preview them right here. As you can see, they look super sharp because these lines, they're not defined by pixels. They're defined by math. Here's another example. Now on the left, we can also adjust some of the settings to get a different effect, and then download the image right below. Unfortunately, it's not visible in my recording window. Now, as an example, let's define a rule for our body element and set the background to URL. We're going to go one level up to images and constellation.svg. So SVG files are really powerful, and they're also super small. So this background, it's only 5 or 6 kilobytes. If you wanted to have this as a raster image, the image would probably be 20 to 30 kilobytes, and it would look blurry on larger screens. Then we would have to provide multiple versions of this image for wider screens. It doesn't make sense. Now, in terms of the support, if you go to caniuse.com and search for SVG, you can see that it's supported in over 99% of the browsers out there. So make sure to use them for icons, logos, simple graphics, and backgrounds. We have another way for displaying icons. We can use icon fonts. These icon fonts are special fonts. So instead of letters like A, B, C, D, they have icons. There's so many icon fonts out there. The most popular ones are Font Awesome, Ionicons, and Material Design Icons. These are the most popular ones. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use Font Awesome. So head over to fontawesome.com. Over here, you can see they have a free plan as well as a pro plan. The free plan gives you about 1,600 icons, and of course, this might change in the future. The pro plan gives you over 7,800 icons. A lot of these icons are really beautiful. So to get started, on the top, go to the Start menu. Here you need to enter your email to create a kit on their website. So earlier, I created a kit before this demo. Here's my kit. So this is the name that is generated for this kit. We can always change it to something more meaningful that reflects the project name. Now here we can change the settings for this kit. So I'm using the free package. In the future, if you want to upgrade to the pro package, all we have to do is to come here, change this to pro, and save the changes. And of course, we have to pay. We can also change the technology behind this. So we can use a web font or SVG. Web font is easier for most people. But if you want more control over the icons, you can use SVG. You can also specify your domains. By default, the link that is generated for this kit can be used on any website, but you might want to upload your own logo or your own icons to be included in this kit. Then you might want to come here and apply a limit. So you can say this kit can only be used on this particular domain, okay? So these are some of the settings we can set here. Now, to use this kit, on the top, we go to how to use. First, we have to add this script element in the head section of our HTML code. So let's copy this line. Now, back to our markup. Here in the head section, we can add the script element. Now, back to this page. Once we add the script element, then we can choose one or more icons. So here you can see some of these icons. You can also search for them. For example, let's search for user. As you can see, they have over 500 user icons. The ones that are grayed out are part of the Pro package. So in this lesson, we're only going to look at the free icons. We can always filter them. So they have 100 free icons for users. I'm going to use this icon. So on this page, you can see how this icon looks in the solid style. They also have the regular style where the icon is kind of empty, but this is only available on the Pro package. They also have light version and duotone, which gives you an icon with two different colors. So we're going to go with the solid version. Now, to use this icon, all we have to do is to add this line of code in our HTML markup. So I'm going to copy this. Now, here in the body element, let's paste the code. So we have an I element with these two classes. The first class is FAS, which is short for Font Awesome Solid because we're using the solid style. The second class is FA, which is short for Font Awesome, followed by the name of the icon. So if you save the changes, we get this user icon. Now, if in the future we want to change this icon to something else, let's say a bell icon, all we have to do is to change the name of this class. So now we have a bell icon. We can also change the size and color of this icon. So Font Awesome provides a number of utility classes. For example, we have FA-2X. This will make this icon twice relative to the font size of its parent. So now it's twice bigger. Now to better control the size and color of this icon, we can wrap it inside a span with a particular class. Let's say icon. Now we go to our style sheet and define a rule. And here we set the font size to, let's say 2 rem and the color to Dodger blue. So now this I element inherits the font size and color properties of its parent. So we get this beautiful blue icon. Now earlier I told you that the I element in HTML is deprecated because in the past we used this for making text italic. But as you have learned in this course, HTML shouldn't be used for styling. It should only be used for structuring our web pages. That is why the I element is deprecated and is considered non-semantic. But a lot of people are using the I element for their icons, and this is an accepted practice. However, if you don't like to use the I element, you can always use a span. That is totally fine. So now we get the same result as before. So this is all about Font Awesome. I leave it up to you to read their documentation to learn more. Welcome back to another section of the Ultimate HTML and CSS course. In this section, you're going to learn all the necessary skills to build forms. We'll talk about building forms and styling them, as well as all kinds of input fields like text fields, data lists, drop-down lists, checkboxes, radio buttons, sliders, file input, and hidden fields. Then we'll talk about data validation, and we'll finish this section by talking about submitting forms. I'm super excited about this section. I hope you are too. So let's jump in and get started. All right, let's see how we can create a basic form. So we start with the form element. Now every form should have an action. This is used for submitting the form, but we'll talk about this later. So let's remove this attribute for now. Now inside this form, we're going to have one or more input fields, also called form controls. So we can add an input element. Each input element has a type. If we set the type to text, we get a single line text field. So take a look. Here's what we get. Now we can always work on styling this. We can make the corners round. We can make this bigger. We can change the border color or border size. We'll talk about that in the next lesson. Now, before each input field, we want to have a label. So some people use a paragraph element here to add the label. Here's what we get, but there are a couple of problems with this approach. The first problem is this extra space below the label. The label is somehow disconnected from our input field. Now, I know we can use CSS to remove the space, but there is a better solution. If we replace the paragraph element with a label, let's see what happens. So in between the opening and closing tags, we type our label like name. Now, the space is gone, and these elements are laid out horizontally because label elements are inline. Now, every label element has a for attribute. With this attribute, we can associate this label with this input field. So we give this input field a unique identifier like name, and then use the same value for the for attribute of the label. Now, when we click on the label, the input field gets focus. So labels make your forms more accessible or more usable. All right, now let's select these two lines and duplicate them to add another field. So I'm going to call the second field email. Obviously, here we need to change this attribute to email and this one as well. Now, if we set the type attribute of the input field to email, we get basic validation in this field. So when we try to submit the form, if we don't supply a valid email address, we'll get an error. We'll talk about that later in the section. So let's see what we get. Here's the email field, but quite often we want to lay these fields vertically. We have a few solutions for that. We can wrap the label and its associated input field inside a div or a paragraph or a list item. So I've selected these two lines. Now let's bring up the command palette. In case you forgot the shortcut, it's right here under the view menu. So Shift, Command, and P on Mac. Now we type wrap and wrap these two lines with a div. Now we're going to select the next two elements and once again, wrap them with a div. So here's the final structure. Now our form fields are laid out vertically. That's much better. The final is add a submit button here. So back to our form, after the second div, we're going to add a button. Now each button has a type. If we set this to submit, this will be used for submitting the form. We can also set this to reset. This will clear all the values in the form. So I'm going to add two buttons. The first one is going to be submit. And here in between the tags, we type the label for the button like register. Now let's duplicate this. For the second button, I'm going to change the label to clear and the type to reset. So here's the result. Now if I type something here and then click on clear, the form gets automatically cleared. So this is the basic structure for a form. Next, we're going to talk about styling forms. All right, let's see how we can take that ugly form from the previous lesson and turn it into a beautiful form like this. Here in our style sheet, first we define a rule for our body element and set the font family to the system font stack. So we type -Apple and press enter. Now, if you're not using VS Code and you don't get this auto completion in your editor, just Google CSS system font stack. There are plenty of websites where you can find this long sequence of fonts. Okay. I'm also going to set line height to 1.5, so our lines are more readable. Now with a simple change, our form already looks a little bit better. Next, I want to take this input field and put it right below its label. That is very easy. Back to our style sheet, we define a rule for our labels and set the display to block. Because labels are inline elements, when we convert them to block level elements, they take up the entire width of the page, so the input field appears on a new line. Now there is a problem here. You're violating the law of proximity. Remember this law? We humans perceive objects that are close to each other as connected. Now currently the vertical space between all these labels and input fields is exactly the same. So it's really hard to distinguish a label and its associated field. Some people cannot tell what is the label for the first field. Is it name or email? So we want to add a vertical space between these input groups. Now back to our markup. In the previous lesson, we grouped each label and its associated input field inside a div. Now we can give this div a class like form-group. That's a very common class name for this purpose. Now back to our style sheet. We define a rule and say an element with the class of form group should have a bottom margin of, let's say, 1 rem. That's better. All right, now let's define some styles for our text fields. So back to our style sheet, I'm going to define a new rule for our inputs. And by the way, if you're wondering how I'm ordering these rules, I would prefer, well, a lot of people prefer to have more generic rules on the top and more specialized rules on the bottom. So up here we have body, then we have label, input. These are general rules for HTML elements. But as we get down here, our rules are getting more specific, okay? So for this input, I'm going to set the border to 1 pixel, solid, CCC, which is a very light gray, and also give it a border radius of 5 pixels. So here's what we get. If we type something here, you can see that our text is so close to the edges of our input field. How can we solve this problem? Using the padding property. So here we set padding to, let's say 0.5 rems for vertical padding and 0.7 rems for horizontal padding. And of course, these numbers are arbitrary. There's no right or wrong. You can play with these values to get the look that you prefer. All right, that looks much better. Now there is a problem in our implementation. As you will see later in this section, we have different types of input fields. So far, we have only used single line text fields and email fields, but using the input element, we can also render a checkbox or a radio button. So back to our style sheet, we don't want to blindly apply this rule for all kinds of input fields. We want to apply these only to text fields. So this is where we can use an attribute selector. So after input, we type square brackets and type an attribute, in this case type, we set it to text. So if you have an input field with this attribute, these styles will be applied. Now take a look. So our first input field has the styles, but the second one doesn't because the type of this input field is email. So here we need to add a second selector and set the type to email. And that solves the problem. Good. Now let's work on the focus state. So back to our style sheet, we're going to define another rule for inputs with the type of text in the state of focus. So this is a pseudo class selector we talked about earlier. In this state, I'm going to change the border color to 7DB0FB. Now there's nothing special about this. Before recording this lesson, I was playing with some numbers and this is what I came up with. So let's take a look. We don't see the effect. We still see that dark blue border. This is the border that Chrome and many other browsers apply by default. We can get rid of that by setting outline to 0. Now we see the border that we defined. But look, this beautiful border doesn't appear here because this is an email field. So here we need to add another selector for selecting email fields. Now the problem is gone. Good. Now I would like to add a box shadow around this border so it's more visible. So back to our style sheet, we can set box shadow to, I'm going to use 0 and 0 for horizontal and vertical offset, 0 for blurring, 4 pixels for spreading the shadow, and for the color, I'm going to use RGBA 24, 117, 255, and 0.25 for transparency. Again, nothing special about these values. I just came up with these values before recording this lesson. So here's what we get, much nicer. Now, if you notice, when an input field gets focused, the transition is very quick. But the transitions in the real world are not like that. When we throw a ball, it doesn't magically disappear from one point and appear in another point. We always see a smooth transition. How can we do that in CSS? Using the transition property. So back to the first rule for our input fields in the normal state. Here we're going to set transition to. Now, what properties are we changing in the focus state? We're changing border color, outline, and box shadow. I want to apply a transition for border color and box shadow. So I want to say border color should change in 0.15 seconds and box shadow should also change in 0.15 seconds. Now look at the impact of this property. We get this beautiful, smooth transition. Now let's work on our buttons. So back to our style sheet, let's define a new rule for button elements. Here I'm going to set the background color to 0D, 6E, FD. With that, here's what we get. Now, generally speaking, white text always looks better on blue background. It's more readable. So let's set the color to 3Fs, which represents white. That looks better. Now we also have this ugly border around the button. This is the default style that almost all browsers apply. So we can get rid of that by setting border to 0. That's better. Now currently our text is so close to the edges of the button. To solve this problem, we can give our button a padding of 0.5 rems and 0.7 rems. That's better. Now finally, let's apply a border radius so we get round corners. So let's say border radius of 5 pixels. That's better. Now if we click on this button, we can see that blue border, that outline that Chrome adds by default. We can get rid of that by setting outline to 0. And we can apply this property for the button in the normal state or in the focus state. It works either way. So now when I click, nothing happens. But of course, when we click on this button, we want to change the background color. We want to make it darker so it looks like a real button. Now, one last thing. Currently, our input fields are so close to the edges of the page. To solve that, we can apply padding to the body element. So padding of 1 rem. That's better. We could also apply the padding to the form element. That's another approach. So this is how we can style forms. But as you will see in this section, we have several types of input fields. So defining all these styles for various input fields can sometimes be time consuming. So this is where a lot of people use CSS frameworks. We'll talk about that next. So as you saw in the last lesson, styling forms can be a bit time consuming. This is where a lot of people use CSS frameworks. A framework is essentially a library of CSS code that we can reuse to build beautiful, modern looking websites. There's so many frameworks out there like Bootstrap, which is perhaps the most popular framework. We also have Foundation, Semantic UI, UIKit, Materialize, and Milligram, which I just discovered yesterday. There's so many frameworks out there. This is not the complete list, and new frameworks come out all the time. Don't assume that you have to know all of these. In fact, nobody knows all these frameworks. I think most people are familiar with Bootstrap. That's used in a lot of projects, but some people don't like Bootstrap. So you might get a new project and find out that they're using Foundation or Semantic UI. There are also people out there who don't like any CSS frameworks because all these frameworks come with a lot of code that has to be downloaded on the user's computer. So these people prefer to write only the CSS code that they really need instead of getting all this extra code that provides no value. So there is really no right or wrong here. But in this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to Bootstrap and Milligram so you can see their differences. Going forward in this section, we're going to use Milligram to style our forms because Milligram is a tiny framework that is designed for speed and productivity. All right, so head over to getbootstrap.com. Here on the homepage, we have the download button. Over here, we can download Bootstrap's compiled CSS and JavaScript files. We can also download the source files. But in this lesson, we're going to use a CDN, which is short for Content Delivery Network. These content delivery networks are essentially a bunch of servers distributed around the world, and these are optimized for delivering web assets like images, CSS files, JavaScript files, and so on. So we're going to copy the first link here. This is Bootstrap on a content delivery network called jsdeliver.net. So we're going to copy this. Now, back to our markup. Here in the head section, we're going to paste that line of code. Okay? So we get a link with this href. Good. Now, back to our style sheet. We're going to delete all the styles that we wrote in the last lesson. Now, back to the browser, our form has no styles. Now, to give this form a modern look and feel, we have to apply a bunch of classes on these labels and input fields. So here on Bootstrap, on the top, let's go to Documents. Now, on the left, we have a section called Forms. So look at Form Control for examples. So if you want your input fields to look like this, then you would have to follow a markup like what you see here. For example, look at this input field. Let me zoom in. All right, this input field has a class called form-control. The label has a class called form-label. So these are Bootstrap classes that you have to learn, and quite frankly, this has a learning curve. So that's one of the downsides with Bootstrap. It has so many utility classes you have to remember. So back to our form, let's apply these classes to our labels and input fields. For the label, I'm going to set the class to form-label. For the input, I'm going to set the class to form-control. Now, for the second field, so here I'm going to set the class to form-label, and one more time, form-control. Now for buttons, we have other classes. So every button should have a class called btn. This applies the basic styles for the button. Now, depending on the color we want, we have to apply a second class. So we have a class called btn-primary. That is for our primary buttons. We have other classes like btn secondary, btn warning, btn success, and so on. Now here on Bootstrap website, if you go to the components section and then buttons, you can see a preview of these buttons. So primary, secondary, success, and so on. And these colors that you see here, they come by default, but we can always customize them. We can always change them to match the theme of our website, but that is really outside the scope of this course. So back to our markup, we apply two classes to our first button. Now for the second button, I'm going to apply two classes, btn and btn-secondary, which makes the button gray. So here's what we get. So that's pretty similar to what we built in the previous lesson. Now, as you can see, these input fields have grown to take up the entire width of the page, but we can always apply constraint to our form element. So back to our markup, here's our form element. I'm going to set the class to W50. That means 50% of the width of the parent. So here's what we get. Now, if you pay close attention, the vertical space we had after our form group is gone. So now the email label is way too close to this field. That's a violation of the law of proximity. So back to our markup, we have to replace the form group class with another utility class in Bootstrap. So I've selected form group. Now to enable multi-cursor editing, we press Command and D on Mac or Control and D on Windows. So we have two cursors. Let's change both these classes to MB-3. That is short for margin bottom 3. So here's what we get. Much better. Now, there's a lot more to Bootstrap than just building forms. So back to their documentation, under components, look, they have alerts, which look like these boxes. They also have badges, which are pretty popular. Yeah, I've seen this on a lot of websites where we want to tell the user that they have, let's say, 2 new messages. So they have a lot of components. Another popular component is card for building layout like this. Again, you have seen this component on a lot of websites. So all these components make Bootstrap a very comprehensive library. However, that comes with a cost. So back to our web page, let's bring up the network panel and refresh the page. Now I'm going to set the filter to CSS. So here's the Bootstrap CSS file. As you can see, it's 20 kilobytes. Now 20 kilobytes is fairly small. It's not a big deal. But in a real website, we have several assets. We have tons of images. We have perhaps other CSS libraries. We have JavaScript libraries. So when we add all of this together, the total size might be a few hundred kilobytes, sometimes larger. Now, if the user is on a slow connection, they're going to have a poor experience. Now, for a lot of websites, this is not a big deal. The user can wait a second or two. But websites like Amazon have studied the impact of performance on sales. So sometimes 1 second delay can drop the sales by, let's say, 20%. I don't have the exact number to tell you here. So for a lot of websites, this is not a big deal. You can go ahead and use Bootstrap. But if you don't need most of the components in Bootstrap, then you might want to use one of the minimalistic frameworks like Milligram. So head over to milligram.io. As you can see on their homepage, Milligram is a minimalist CSS framework. So let's go to get started. Now we can download Milligram and add it to our project, but we can also load it from a content delivery network. So over here, you can see 3 link elements. The first one is for Google Fonts. Then we have a CSS reset, and finally, Milligram CSS. So I'm going to copy this link and add it to our head section. So right after our style sheet, I'm going to paste this line. And that means we no longer need Bootstrap So let's get rid of it. We should also remove all these bootstrap classes. We don't need them anymore. So here's the first one. Then we have 2 margin bottom classes. I'm going to delete them both in one go. Good. We have 2 classes for form label. Delete. And 2 classes for form control. Good. So we don't have any classes in our markup. All we have done is importing milligram CSS. And with that, we get this beautiful form right out of the box. So this is one of the benefits of using milligram. You don't have to learn all these classes. You don't have to read a lot of documentation. It's much easier to get started. Now let's bring up the network panel. Look at the file size. So here's milligram. It's only 2 kilobytes. So it's 10 times smaller than Bootstrap. That's why going forward, we're going to use milligram. So the other input fields that we're going to talk about look great by default. Over the next few lessons, we're going to explore various input fields or input controls in HTML. In this lesson, we're going to talk about text fields. So to simplify things, I've cleaned up the code in the previous lesson. Now we only have a form element with nothing else. So let's add an input field with the type of text. Here's what we get. Now, as you can see, this input field is taking up the entire width of the page. That is the style that comes from milligram. So I'm going to apply a style to our form element and give it a width of 50% and some padding so we can clearly see this input field. So back to our style sheet, let's define a rule and set the width to 50% and padding to 2 rems. Okay, that's better. So here's a text field. If we change the type to number, now we get these buttons for changing the value. This also has a couple more benefits. If the user is on a mobile phone or a tablet, the soft keyboard that automatically pops up changes to numbers, so they can only see numbers. It makes it easier to use this form. The other benefit is that now we can only enter numbers. So if I try to type A, B, C, D, look, nothing is coming up because this is a number field. So for capturing numeric values, always set the type to number. We also have password. Now, whatever we type here is masked. We can also change the type to date. Now we get this beautiful icon, and of course, this is coming from milligram. When we tap on it, we get a calendar. So we can easily go to various months, various years. This is implemented in the browser by default. We didn't have to write any code for it. We also have email that you saw in the previous lesson. With this type, the user has to type a valid email address. So if we type some random text here and then try to submit the form, the browser will stop us. It will give us a validation error. We'll talk about that later in this section. So these are various types for the input element. Now there are more types, but they're not used that often. But in case you're curious, just search for HTML input element. Now, look at this page, developer.mozilla.org. Here you can find the documentation for the input element. So take a look. So here are various input types. We have button, checkbox, color, and so on. We'll cover some more input types as we go through this section. Now, what if you want to type multiple lines of text here? We'll have to use a text area element. So here we type text area. Now VS Code automatically adds these attributes. Name and ID, don't worry about them. We'll talk about them later. Cols represents the number of columns or characters in the line, which is set to 30. And rows represents the number of lines. So if we save the changes, here's what we get. We can type multiple lines of text, and we can also resize this text area like this. Now using CSS, we can always stop resizing. So here we can define a rule for our text area and set resize to none. Now look, this text area is no longer resizable. And by the way, if you're curious, this is Grammarly. It's just a plugin I've installed in Chrome. Now when using milligram, if we change the number of columns or rows, we're not going to see any differences. So if I set the rows to, let's say 2, we still see a text area with the same size. This is because of the height that milligram applies to this input field. We can always change that if we want to. Now for the rest of this demo, I'm going to delete these 2 attributes. We don't really need them. Now these input fields have a few attributes you need to be familiar with. The first one is value. We can use this to pre-populate an input field. For example, I can type my email here. Now, the input field is pre-populated. Another useful attribute is placeholder. So if we set placeholder to email, look, when the input field is empty, we see this label, but once we start typing, that label disappears. Another useful attribute is read-only. With this, the user cannot change the value of this input field. So in this case, we probably want to set the value to something. They can see it, but they cannot change it. Another similar attribute is disabled. With disabled, we cannot even select this input field. And when submitting the form, this value will not be sent to the server. So that's the difference between read-only and disabled. Another attribute you need to know is max length. This is used for validation. So if we set this to 5, the user can only type 5 characters, no more. Another good attribute to know is autofocus. This is a Boolean attribute, so we don't have to give it a value. Now, when the page loads, the first input field automatically gets focused. This is particularly useful for login or registration forms because we don't want the user to explicitly click on the first input field to activate it. Now, text area also has the same attributes we talked about, so we can disable them, we can make them read-only, we can give them a placeholder. But if you want to pre-populate them, see, we don't have the value attribute here. Instead, we have to type our value in between the tags. So here we can write some comment. And it's populated here. So this is all about text fields. Now, sometimes as we type something here, we want to see a list of suggestions. I will show you how to implement that next. All right, let's see how we can implement a suggestion list in HTML. So we have a basic text field. Now we want to provide a list of suggestions when the user types something into this text field. So after this input field, first we define a data list element. Now VS Code doesn't recognize this, so if I press tab, nothing happens. So here we have to add a left angle bracket and then close it. Good. Now inside this data list, we can add a bunch of options. So let's add an option. Now we'll talk about the value attribute in a second. So let's remove it for now. Here we're going to type the name of countries. For example, we can say Australia, then Canada, India, and United States. Just a few examples. Now, we want to associate this data list with this input field. So first we have to give it a unique identifier, like countries. Now, here we set the list attribute to countries. Now, let's see what we get. So when this text box gets focused, we see our suggestion list. And this is implemented natively in our browser. A lot of people are not familiar with this. They reach out to third-party plugins for implementing a suggestion list. Now, in case you're curious about the support, let's look at caniuse.com and search for data list. Look, 95% of the browsers out there support data lists. So back to our page. Here we can type Australia and select from the list. Or we can type a country that is not in the list. Let's say Japan. So this is how suggestion lists work. The user is still free to type any text they want into this text field. If you want to prevent the user from typing an invalid value, then you would have to use a drop-down list, which we're going to talk about in the next lesson. Now, what about values? So quite often, when we select something from the list, we want to send a numeric value to the server. For example, on the server, we might have a database with a list of countries. In this database, each country is going to have a unique identifier. So when submitting this form, we want to send that unique identifier so on the server, we know what country the user has selected. Now, if we set the value attribute here to a numeric value or any value that uniquely identifies this country, now we see this value here. That is ugly. We don't want to show the user these unique identifiers. So here's a trick. We can use a data attribute. So in HTML, if we type data dash, we can create our own custom attribute. Then later, using JavaScript, we can read the value of this attribute and submit it to the server. Now, that's outside the scope of this course. I'm just giving you an idea of how this should be done. With this change, we no longer see that value in our suggestion list. Also, when working with these suggestion lists, we want to turn off the autocomplete feature of the browser. So if the user has previously typed something in this text box, we don't want the browser to show an extra tooltip for auto-completing this value. So back to our input field. Here we set autocomplete to off. This turns off the native autocomplete feature in the browser so it doesn't clash with the autocomplete that we have implemented here. Now, what about the look and feel of this suggestion list? Well, every browser has their own implementation of this feature. So what you see here is how this suggestion list works in Chrome. If you open this page in Firefox or another browser, you're going to see something different. If you want to make sure that your suggestion list looks consistent across different browsers, you have to style it yourself. However, if we define a rule for our data list or option elements, the styles that we define here will not be applied. The browser's default styles will take over. So how can we fix this problem? Well, that goes beyond the scope of this course, but let me show you a web page where you can find a working example. So let's search for HTML data list element. Once again, we're going to go to developer.mozilla.org. On this page, we can see a working example of a data list with a custom style. Here's the trick though. To make this work, we have to set the list attribute to an empty string so we can define custom styles for data list and option elements. Then we'll have to use JavaScript. So when the input element gets focused, we manually display the suggestion list. Again, this goes outside the scope of this course because we are not talking about JavaScript here. So this is all about data lists. Next, we're going to talk about drop-down lists. All right, let's see how we can display a drop-down list in HTML. So we add a select element. Now at this point, we don't need the name and ID attributes. As you saw earlier, we need the ID attribute when we want to associate this element with a label. And we use the name attribute when we want to submit this form to the server. We'll talk about that later in this section. So let's delete these. Now inside a select element, we can have multiple option elements. So we had an option. This is the same option element that you saw in the previous lesson. Now I'm going to leave the first option element empty. So this drop-down list will become optional. The user doesn't have to select a value, okay? Now let's duplicate this a few times and add a few options. We can say HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So let's say we have a drop-down list for the user to select a course. Now we can associate a value to each of these options, like 1, 2, and 3. These are the values that will eventually send to the server when the user submits this form. So save the changes. Here's what we get. The first option is empty, as you can see, but now we can select another option. Now, some people prefer to change the label for the first option to something like select a course. Now, here's what we get. Now, sometimes when loading a form, perhaps we want to select an option by default. Let's say this is the course that the user previously selected. To do that, we simply apply the selected attribute to that option. This is a Boolean attribute, so it doesn't need a value. Now, when we go back to this page, HTML is selected by default. Good. Now, we can also allow the user to select multiple options. So here on the select element, we apply the multiple attribute. Once again, this is a Boolean attribute, so it doesn't need a value. Now, the shape of our drop-down list changes, so we can select multiple options. Now, in this case, it doesn't really make sense to have the first option. So I'm going to get rid of it. And let's also remove the multiple. Now, sometimes if you have too many options in a drop-down list, it's good to categorize them. To do that, we can use the option group element. So here we add an option group element. It's opt group. And then move these options inside this group. Now, each group should have a label. So we can call this group front-end courses. Now, I'm going to select this entire group, duplicate it, and change the label for the second group to backend courses. And of course, here we can have other courses like Node, ASP.NET, Django, and so on. So here's what we get. We have two groups, front-end and backend. So this is all about drop-down lists. Next, we'll talk about checkboxes. All right, let's see how we can display checkboxes. So we type input. Now if we press tab, we get an input of type text. But let me show you a trick. If we type input followed by colon, now we can see other types of inputs. So we have button, checkbox, color, date, and so on. Now if we press enter here, we get an input of type checkbox. For now, we don't need the name attribute. This is only used for submitting the form. So if we save the changes, we get a checkbox. Now all checkboxes need a label right after them. So over here, we add a label element. We want to associate this with our input. So first, we give our input an ID. Let's say front end. And now we use the same identifier over here. Now for our label, we're going to say front end. So here's what we get. Now, the reason this label appears on a new line is because Milligram turns this to a block level element. So let's inspect this real quick. Take a look. So the display property is set to block, and this is coming from milligram.css. Now to put this right next to the checkbox, we have to use one of the utility classes in Milligram. So back to our markup, we're going to give this label a class of label-inline. How do I know this class? I found it on the documentation. So if you go to milligram.io and go to docs, then forms, you can see various examples. So over here, we have a checkbox, and right next to that, we have a label with this class. This is how I found this class. Now back to our page. Here's our label. Beautiful. Now when we use a label and associate it with a checkbox, we can click on the label and the checkbox gets selected. Okay. Now, most of the time, we want to wrap these two elements inside a container like div so we can stack them vertically. So I'm going to select these two elements, bring up the command palette, type wrap, and then div. So now these elements are inside a div. Next, I'm going to duplicate this entire div. And for our second checkbox, I'm going to change its ID to backend. We should also update the value of the for attribute as well as this label, backend. So we have two checkboxes. We can select one or more items. Great. Now, if you want to check this checkbox by default, we can apply the checked attribute. This is a Boolean attribute, so it doesn't need a value. And here's what we get. Earlier, we also talked about the disabled attribute. That also works here. So now we cannot check this item. So this is all about checkboxes. Next, we're going to talk about radio buttons. With checkboxes, the user can select multiple items, but sometimes we want to limit the user to select only a single item. In these cases, we can either use a drop-down list or radio buttons. So let me show you how we can implement something like this. We start by defining an input of type radio. Now, the name attribute is used for grouping multiple radio buttons. So here we can have two radio buttons for silver and gold. Somewhere else on this page, we might have another group of radio buttons for colors. So using the name attribute, we can group multiple radio buttons. So I'm going to call this group membership. And I'm going to give this the ID of silver. Now, right next to that, we're going to add a label with the class of label-inline. And we're going to associate this label with our silver radio button. Now let's type the label. That's silver. Good. So here's what we get, a single radio button. Now, quite often, we want to wrap these elements inside a container like div so we can stack them vertically. So I'm going to add a div here. Then I'm going to duplicate this entire structure. For our second radio button, I'm going to set the ID to gold. I'm going to put it in the same group for membership. Next, we should change the value of the for attribute and the label. So we have two radio buttons in the same group. Now, only one of these radio buttons can be selected. So this is how we can display radio buttons. Now, similar to checkboxes, if you want to pre-select a radio button, we can use the checked attribute. Now the first item is selected. We also have disabled. So now we cannot select this item. So this is all about radio buttons. Next, we're going to talk about range selectors. Sometimes we want to show the user a slider to select a numeric value. Let me show you how to implement this. We define an input of type range. Now at this point, we don't need the name and ID attributes. Instead, we're going to set the min attribute to, let's say 0, max to 100 and the current value to, let's say, 90. So here's what we get. Now, what if you want to show the current value? Well, unfortunately, we cannot do that with plain HTML and CSS. We need JavaScript for that. So using JavaScript, we can listen to the changes in the value of this slider. Then we can read the current value and display it somewhere else in a label. Unfortunately, that's outside the scope of this course, so I leave it up to you to read about it in case you're interested. Next, we're going to talk about file inputs. What if you want to allow the user to select one or more files? Well, we add an input of type file. At this point, we don't need the name and ID attributes, so let's simplify things. Here's what we get. We can click on this button and go to our hard drive and select any file. Now, there are a couple of attributes you need to know about file input fields. The first one is multiple. If you apply this, the user can select multiple files. The other attribute is except. With this, we can limit the kind of files the user can select. For example, here we can say the user can only select JPG files. So now we can only see JPG files. The other file types are grayed out, so we cannot select PNG or SVG files. If you want to allow multiple file types, we need to separate them using a comma. So here we can also include PNG files. Now we can select any JPG or PNG files. We can also say image/star to allow the user to select any image file, or video/star or audio/star. These are various ways to limit the type of files the user can select. So we've covered all kinds of input fields or input controls. Now, as our forms get more and more complex, we need to group these related fields into logical containers. This is where we use the field set element. So we add a field set. Inside this element, we add a legend. That's the label for our group. We can say billing address. Now in this section, we can have one or more input fields. So I'm going to add an input of type text and then duplicate it a few times. So here's what we get. That is the legend or the label of our group. Now we can take this entire field set and duplicate it to simulate another section. Here I'm going to say payment. And with that, we get two sections with different input fields. So this is how we use the field set element. Now, some people prefer to use the section element. So instead of the field set, they use a section, and instead of a legend, they use an H2 element. That's also a perfectly valid approach to group related fields. Let's say here we have a form for editing a course. So we can have fields like title, subtitle, price, and so on. Now, at some point, we're going to submit this form to the server, right? Now, here's a question. On the server, how can we know which course was edited? Well, each course should have a unique identifier, which is often a numeric value. So it can be 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. These IDs get generated by the server. Now, when displaying this form, we want to include the identifier. We want to include the ID of this course. So when submitting it to the server, we can track which course was edited. This is where we use hidden fields. So back to our form, we can add an input of type hidden. We give it a name like course-id and a value like 1, 2, 3, 4. Now look, this hidden field is invisible, so the user cannot see it. But when we submit this form to the server, the data we included in this field, in this case 1, 2, 3, 4, will be posted to the server. But let me show you something. Even though hidden fields are invisible to the user, we should never store sensitive values in them, because we can always find these values in the source code of the page. So if you right-click here and then go to View Page Source, look, here we have a form, and inside this form, we have a hidden field with this value. So do not ever store sensitive values in hidden fields. We often use hidden fields for storing the ID of the content being edited. All right, that's all about hidden fields. Next, we're going to talk about data validation. Before submitting a form, we should always validate the data and make sure it's in the right shape. For example, if you have required fields, we want to make sure they're filled out. If you have email addresses, we want to make sure these are valid emails, not just random characters or numbers. If you have number fields, we want to make sure they are within a valid range. For example, we cannot have a negative value for a price or an age, right? Similarly, if you have date fields, we want to make sure these are valid dates. So before submitting a form, we should always validate the data. Otherwise, we open ourselves to data corruption and security attacks. One of the techniques a lot of hackers use is they provide invalid values and then see if they can break anything. For example, they can enter a negative value for age, or for the first name field, they can enter a really long string with thousands of characters. So we should always validate the data to prevent security attacks and data corruption. Now, HTML5 elements come with built-in validation, so we can perform a lot of basic checks, but for anything more complex, we have to use JavaScript. Now, unfortunately, that's outside the scope of this course, but let's see how we can use the built-in validation in HTML5 elements. So I'm going to add an input of type text, and here we can apply the required attribute to make this field required. Now, required is a Boolean attribute, so we don't have to give it a value. Now, let's add a button for submitting the form. I'm going to call it submit, and here we should set the type to submit. All right. Now, look what happens if I try to submit the form without filling out this field. We get this error saying, please fill out this field. This is the basic validation that comes with HTML5 elements. Now, can we change this error message? Well, we can, but to do that, we need to use JavaScript. So once again, that's outside the scope of the course. Now, we have a few more attributes here. We have min length. We can set it to 3. And now the user has to enter at least 3 characters. So if I type a single character and then try to submit the form, I get a different error saying, please lengthen this text to 3 characters or more. Similarly, we have another attribute, max length. We can set it to 10. So now the user can only enter a string between 3 to 10 characters. I would say as a best practice, you should always use max length. Otherwise, a malicious user can enter a really long string with thousands of characters and they can break your website. So these are examples of validations for basic text fields. Now, if you have an email field, we set the type to email, and now the user has to enter a valid email address. So if I type just some random characters, I get an error saying, please include an @ in the email address. Now, similarly, if we use a date field, the user has to enter a valid date or they will get an error. Now, for numbers, we have 2 other attributes. So instead of min length and max length, we have min and max. So if we set the max to, let's say 5, now the user has to enter a value between 0 and 5. Again, as a best practice, always validate number fields, especially if you don't allow negative values, because negative values can easily cause data corruption. We don't want that, right? So this is all about data validation. Next, we're going to talk about submitting the form. All right, now the final part, submitting the form. Let's say we're going to build a contact form with 2 fields, name and email. So I'm going to add an input field and give it a placeholder, name. Now duplicate and change this to email. Finally, we add a button for submitting the form. So we set type to submit. Now there's another way to add a submit button. We can add an input of type submit. So here we set the value to submit, and now we get 2 identical buttons. So we can use either of these approaches to add a submit button. But what is the difference? Well, with the input element, we can only type plain text here, so we cannot add an icon. If you want to add an icon, we have to use the button element, because in between the opening and closing tags, we can type HTML code. So here we can add an I element with 3 classes, FAS, which is short for Font Awesome Solid, and Font Awesome -alert. Now, I personally prefer to use the button element because even though we have an input of type submit in HTML, submit buttons are not really input fields. So conceptually, I have a problem with this approach, but that is irrelevant. So we have a button with a simple label. Now, for submitting the form, there are 2 attributes you need to know. The first one is action, and this is where we're going to send the data. So here we have to type a relative or an absolute URL. But what is behind that URL? Well, this is where server-side technologies come in the picture. There's so many server-side technologies out there like Express, which is used by JavaScript developers, Django, which is used by Python developers, C# developers use ASP.NET, PHP developers use Laravel, Ruby developers use Ruby on Rails, and so on. There are, of course, many, many more. You don't need to learn all of them. Depending on the language you know or you prefer to use, you can pick one of these frameworks to build the backend. But in this course, our focus is on the front end, not the backend. So to keep things simple, we're going to use a fantastic service called formspree.io. So head over to this website, create a new account. It's absolutely free. Then you can create a project, and within each project, you can have one or more forms. So I've created a project here, my first project. Now let's add a form here. I'm going to call this contact form. Now let's create the form. All right. Now the backend is built for us. So all we have to do is to copy this URL and paste it over here. So we're pasting an absolute URL that points to a different website. Now, the second attribute we need to set here is method, which can be either get or post. I'll talk about the difference in a second. Now, to submit a form, each input field should have a name attribute. So I'm going to set the name attribute of the first input field to name. And for the second input field, we're going to set the name to email. Good. Now let's submit the form. So real quick, and submit. Beautiful. Our form was successfully submitted. Now back to FormSpree. Here we have the submissions tab. So we have one new submission. We get a report. We can see who submitted the form with what values. We also get an email notification. So FormSpree makes things a lot easier. We don't always have to build backends. They also integrate with different services. So we can send a user a custom email. We can do all kinds of things. So to submit the form, there are two attributes we need to set on the form element. Action, which is where we are sending the data, and method, which is how we are sending the data. But what is the post method? Well, when we use this method, these fields like name and email and their values will be included in the body of the request. So back to the browser, let's open up Chrome DevTools and go to the network tab. Now let's see what happens when we submit the form. So submit, good. So take a look. On the top, we have an HTTP request sent to formspree.io. The method is post. Now let's inspect this request. So we select it. Here in the headers tab, down the bottom, look at form data. So we have two fields, name and email, and you can see their values. So these values are included in the body of the HTTP request. This is the most common approach for submitting form data. Now, if we change the method to get, our fields will not be included in the body of the request. Instead, they're going to be appended to the target URL. Let me show you. So let's submit this form one more time. All right, now look at the target URL or action. After the question mark, we have a series of name value pairs. So here's the first pair, name equals Mosh. Then we have an ampersand followed by the second pair, email equals whatever. Now, when do we use the get method? This is used in situations where we want to bookmark this URL, so we can always get back to it. A real example is Google. So when we go to Google and search for something like book, so if you look in the URL, somewhere over here, you should find the keyword that I searched for. That is book right here. So now we can always bookmark this URL and get back to it. This is the benefit of the get method. Again, as I said, most of the time, we use the post method. So we send the user to the target URL, and then perhaps we redirect them to somewhere else. Welcome back to another section of the Ultimate HTML and CSS series. In this section, I'm going to show you how to take your designs to the next level by applying transformations, transitions, and animations. This is a short and sweet section, so let's jump in and get started. All right, let's talk about transformations. In CSS, we have a bunch of functions for transforming elements. We have the rotate function for rotating elements, the scale function for making them larger or smaller, the skew function for tilting them to the left or to the right, and the translate function for positioning them on the screen. So let's start off by adding a box, and inside this box, we're going to add some dummy text. Now, let's define some styles. I'm going to set the width to 100 pixels, the height to 100 pixels, and the background to gold. Now I want to position this box in the center of the screen. So let's define a rule for our body element. Here we're going to use flex, so we set display to flex. And then we set justify content to center and align items to center as well. So now here's our box. It's not vertically in the center of the screen because our body element has grown tall enough to fit this box. So here we need to set the height to 100 VH. Okay, good. Now I'm going to apply transformations on the hover effect so we can see things clearly. So over here, we say box hover. This is where we use the transform property. Here we can use the rotate function and rotate this box 15 degrees clockwise. Now, when I hover over it, this is what we get. That's pretty cool. We can also use negative values and the box rotates counterclockwise. We can use the scale function to make this box larger or smaller. So if we say 1.5, see what happens? That's pretty cool. Or we can make it half the size. We also have the skew function for skewing this to the left or to the right. So let's say 15 degrees and see what we get. That's the kind of effect. So the box has tilted 15 degrees to the left. Obviously, if we use a negative value here, the box tilts to the right. Now the last function that we have here is translate. And with this, we can move the box on the screen. So if we pass a single value here, let's say 10 pixels, this will move the box 10 pixels on the horizontal axis. So the box moves 10 pixels to the right. Now if we pass a second value, this will move the box along the vertical axis. So now 10 pixels to the right and 10 pixels down. Now you might be wondering why we should use the translate function when we can use absolute and relative positioning. Well, there are two reasons for this. The first reason is that it's easier to position elements using the translate function. If you wanted to use absolute and relative positioning, we would have to set position to, let's say, relative, and then we would have to use one of the top, left, right, and bottom properties. Using these properties is a little bit confusing for some people. So this is where we can use the translate function. The second reason for using this function is that this function uses hardware acceleration. So we get better performance when moving elements as part of an animation. So this is all about transformation functions. Now we can also combine these transformation functions. For example, we can rotate this box 15 degrees to the right and then move it along the horizontal axis by 50 pixels. So here I'm using translate X. You also have translate Y. The translate function that I showed you is a shorthand for translate X and translate Y. So now let's see what happens when we hover over this box. So here's what we get. Now, one thing I want you to pay attention to here is that the order of these functions matter. So now if I swap the order, we get a completely different result. Take a look. See? So in this case, first we are moving this box 50 pixels to the right, and then we are rotating it. So this is all about two-dimensional transformations, but we also have three-dimensional transformations, which we're going to talk about next. All right, now let's talk about three-dimensional transformations. So in the last lesson, I showed you how we can use the translate function to move this box along the horizontal or the vertical axis. But we can also move this box along the z-axis. The z-axis is essentially a line that comes from the screen towards our eyes. So we can move this box closer or farther from us. Let me show you. So here we use the transform property. Now, in the last lesson, we talked about the translate function, which is a shorthand for translate X and translate Y. But we also have translate Z. If we pass a positive value, this box will move closer to us. And if we use a negative value, this box will move farther away. So let's see what happens. Look, nothing happens because we haven't defined a perspective here. So before calling this function, we have to use the perspective function to define a virtual space. So here we can say 200 pixels. That means the distance between this element and us is 200 pixels. This is just an arbitrary value. It doesn't matter what we pass. So if we have 200 pixels space between this element and us, and then move it 50 pixels away, here's what we get. See? That's pretty cool. Now, what if we use a positive value? The box moves closer to us. So this is about moving in the three-dimensional space. But we can also rotate our elements in the three-dimensional space. So earlier we talked about the rotate function. Let's say rotate 45 degrees. When we call this function, we are rotating along the z-axis. But we can also rotate this along the horizontal or the vertical axis. So let's see what happens if we call rotate y. See, the box is rotating along the vertical axis. So here's the vertical axis. We're rotating this box along the vertical axis. Now I got a question for you. Can you tell me where the origin of rotation is? It's this point right here, the center. So we are rotating this element around its center. But we can easily move the origin of transformation. So we have this property, transform origin. Here we have to use two values, one for the x offset, the other for the y offset. If we use 0, 0, that means top left corner of this box. So now the rotation is a little bit different. Now, what if you want to move the origin of transformation to this point over here? Well, for the x offset, we're going to use 0. And for the y offset, we're going to use 50%. So now we get a more realistic view of rotating this element along the vertical axis. So this is all about moving and rotating elements in the three-dimensional space. Now, what if you have multiple elements here? So back to our markup, I'm going to duplicate this box. We can hover over each box and we get this effect. But what if you want to transform both these boxes as a whole? Well, we need to wrap these inside a container. So let's add a div with the class of container and move these boxes right here. Then we're going to apply this transformation to our container. So when we hover over the container, we're going to apply this transformation. So here's what we get. Now, what if you want to apply different transformations to different elements in this container? Well, then we don't want to apply this transformation on the container. We want to apply it to individual elements. For example, we say, when we hover over this container, our boxes should have this transformation. Perhaps we could have other kinds of elements like circles or whatever, and those elements will have different transformations. So now let's see what happens when we save the changes. See, we have a weird perspective here because with this new implementation, each box is getting its own perspective. To make this more real, we want to make sure that all these elements share the same perspective. So we need to define a rule for our container. And here we use the perspective property to define a perspective for all children of this container. This is where we use 200 pixels. And now we can get rid of this perspective function. So in CSS, we have a perspective function, which we apply as part of a transformation. But we also have a perspective property, which we apply to a parent or a container element. When we use the perspective property, we don't want to use the perspective function because we want to make sure that all these children share the same perspective that we have defined over here. So let's delete this. Now, everything looks good. So we have two boxes and they're sharing the same perspective. With this new implementation, now we can apply a different transformation to the second box. So back to our markup, we can give the second box an extra class like box special. And then over here, we can say, when we hover over our container, this special box should have a different transformation. So here we can say transform, rotate x 45 degrees. Here's what we get. So the possibilities are endless. You can get pretty creative with these transformations. So I'm not going to spend more time on this. Next, we're going to talk about transitions. So I've simplified the code from the last lesson. Now we have a single box, and when we hover over it, it rotates 45 degrees clockwise. So here's my implementation. Now, this transition happens so quickly, so suddenly, but this is not how the real world works. In the real world, when we throw a ball, It doesn't disappear from one place and suddenly appears somewhere else. There's always an animation going on. So here we can use the transition property to animate one or more properties. Note that we have to apply this property to the box element, not to the hover state. So here we want to animate the transform property because this is the property we're updating when we hover over our box. So we type transform, then we specify the duration for this animation. Let's say half a second. Now, when we hover over this, we get this beautiful animation. Now, optionally, we can supply a timing function. The default function is linear, which means the animation is going to progress at a linear rate. But we also have ease in. With this, the animation starts slowly and then progresses quickly. Let's see if you can see the difference. So, see? Slow, quick. All right. We also have ease out, which is the opposite. So the animation starts quickly and then slows down. Then we can also specify a custom curve using the cubic Bezier function. If you go to cubic-bezier.com, you can create a custom cubic Bezier curve. So over here, we have this curve. We can move these points around to change how our animation is going to progress, and then compare it with one of the built-in timing functions. So here's the linear function, here's ease in, ease out, and so on. So over here, we can see the comparison of this custom curve with the linear function. So let's click on go. Here's what happens. So the box with linear animation progresses at a linear rate, but this other box, the animation starts very quickly, then slows down, and then speeds up. So if this is what you like, then you simply copy this curve and paste it over here. Now in this lesson, I'm going to keep things simple and just use the linear function. Now optionally, we can also specify a delay. So we can say this animation should start 1 second after we hover over our box. So take a look. 1 second, and then the animation started. We can also animate multiple properties. For example, let's say when we hover over this box, we want to change the background to Dodger blue. Now, over here, we can type multiple properties to animate. For this demo, I'm going to keep things even simpler. So we don't need a delay or a timing function. We just want to say that the transform property should change in half a second. Then we type a comma, followed by the second property we want to animate, in this case, background. Now here we can use the same duration or a different duration. It doesn't really matter. It really depends on what you want to create. So with this, now when we hover over this box, we get this beautiful animation. So we talked about using transitions to animate properties. This technique is suitable for really simple animations, but for anything more complex, we'll have to use the animate property. For example, what if you want to apply multiple transformations here and then control the timing or the speed of each transformation? With our current implementation, we cannot do that. We have a single place for all transformations, and all these transformations should occur within half a second. So this is where we need to create a custom animation. Now for this demo, I'm going to get rid of box.hover and the transition property. Instead, we're going to start by defining a bunch of keyframes. Just like a movie has thousands of frames, our CSS animations can have several frames. So we use the @keyframes rule to define a bunch of keyframes. Here we type a name for the animation we want to create. Let's say pop. We could call it anything. Then we add a bunch of braces. Now, in this block, we define our keyframes. For each keyframe, first we specify a percentage of the time through the animation sequence. For example, we can say 0%, and that represents the first frame. Then we add the block, and here we define the styles for this frame. For example, here we can say transform, scale 1. So our element is going to have its normal position. Then we define another keyframe at, let's say, 25%. At this point, we want to transform this and make it slightly larger. Then at 50%, we can define another keyframe. And of course, these numbers are arbitrary. You can have as many keyframes as you want, and you can space them out the way you want. So at 50%, we want to transform this. We want to rotate it to 45 degrees clockwise. And let's also change the background to tomato. So this is the benefit of creating custom animations. For each keyframe, we can specify exactly what styles should be applied to our element. And finally, at 100%, let's apply another transformation and rotate the element to 0 degrees. So back to its normal position. So we have defined a bunch of keyframes with this name pop. That is the name of our animation. Now back to our element. Here we have a bunch of properties that start with animation. So animation dash name, we set it to pop. Then we set animation duration to, let's say, 4 seconds. Make sure to set the duration, otherwise the animation is not going to run. So let's save the changes and see what we get. All right, now I'm going to refresh the page. When I refresh the page, you will see our box will get bigger. And at the same time, its background will change to tomato. Then it will rotate 45 degrees to right and then back to its normal position. So take a look. Beautiful. So with CSS animations, we can get really creative and create beautiful animations. Now we have a few more properties here you need to know. The next one is animation dash delay. So we can wait 1 second before starting the animation. The other property is animation iteration count. With this, we can specify how many times we want to run the animation. So the default value is 1, we can say 2 or infinite if you want to create a loop. We also have animation timing function, which you learned about before. So we have linear, ease in, ease out, as well as cubic Bezier. All those timing functions are available here as well. In this demo, I'm going to use ease out. So our animation starts quickly and then slows down. The other property is animation direction. The default value is normal, which basically plays the animation from start to end. But we can change the direction to reverse, and the animation will start from here and then go back. We can also alternate between normal and reverse direction. So the values you use really depends on what you want to present. Now with these changes, let's see what we get. So very nice and smooth. Beautiful. So these are the animation properties. We also have a shorthand property. If you type A and I on the top, you can see the syntax of this property. So if you press enter, VS Code automatically adds all these placeholders, so you don't need to remember the syntax. So here we type the name of our animation, which is pop. Then we press tab to specify the duration, let's say 4 seconds. Then tab. Here we type the timing function, ease out. Let's fix this, good. And if you want to specify the other values, we type them here. Otherwise, we just keep things simple. So this is how we can create animations in CSS. So you learned how to create animations in CSS. Now, what if you want to have another element and we want to apply the same animation to that element? Whether we use the shorthand syntax or the longhand syntax, we don't want to repeat all these properties multiple times. So let me show you how to create reusable animations. I'm going to create a new class here called animation-pop. Then I'm going to take all these animation properties, cut them and move them here. So now we have a class that represents this kind of animation. With this, we go back to our markup, and anytime we have an element that we need to animate, we simply apply our animation class. So animation-pop. So everything works exactly like before. Beautiful. Now, let me show you something really cool. If you go to animate.style, on this website, you can find a bunch of beautiful and reusable animations. So on the right side, you can see all these animations. You can click them to see how they work. Some of them are really cool. Now to use this, all we have to do is to bring their style sheet and use their classes in our markup. So down below, we can either bring their style sheet using npm or yarn. That is outside the scope of this course. So in this course, we're going to use this link, which is going to bring animate.css from this content delivery network. So I'm going to copy this link element back to our markup. Then we're going to paste it here. Good. Now back to their documentation. To use these animations, there are two classes we need to apply to our elements. The first class is general for all animations. That is animate _animated. The second class determines the type of animation, in this case, bounce. So if we just copy these two classes and add them to our box, let's see what we get. So save the changes. Okay, here's our box, refresh. We get the bounce effect. Pretty cool. Now, using the same technique, you can create a library of reusable animations for your own website. Welcome back to another section of the Ultimate HTML and CSS series. In this section, I'm going to show you how to write clean, maintainable CSS. So we'll start off by talking about the best practices for writing CSS. Then we'll talk about CSS variables for removing duplication in code. Next, we'll talk about object-oriented CSS, which helps you extract reusable building blocks. And we'll finish this section by talking about BEM, which is a popular naming convention for CSS classes. The principles and techniques I'm going to cover in this section are super important because you should always make sure your code is in a good shape so you can easily modify it without breaking several places on your website. So let's jump in and get started. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about 8 techniques that help you write cleaner and more maintainable CSS. The first one is follow a naming convention consistently. This is one of the major problems I see in web development projects. Different people have joined a team and they have brought their favorite naming convention. So there is no standard in the team. Everyone follows their own convention and the entire project has turned into a mess. So let me quickly walk you through a few naming conventions. Let's say we have an element with a class of navbar. We can call that class nav-bar. This is called kebab case. So with kebab case, we separate multiple words using a hyphen. Another common convention is camel case. With camel case, the first letter of the first word should be lowercase, but the first letter of every word after should be uppercase. So this is camel case. Another common convention is Pascal case. With Pascal case, the first letter of every word should be uppercase. And of course, there's another convention where people separate multiple words using an underscore. Whatever you like, make sure to stick to it. Define a guideline for the entire team to follow. So that's number 1. Number 2 is create logical sections in your style sheet. For small projects, you might have a single style sheet. For larger projects, you want to split that style sheet into multiple style sheets and then combine them together. This is where we use CSS preprocessor tools like Sass and Less. I'm going to create a course on this topic in the future. So for a small project with a single style sheet, you don't want to write all your styles in one place. You want to logically separate them in different containers. For example, on the top, we can have basic styles. This is where we define rules such as box sizing. We set it to border box. We can also define rules for our HTML and body elements. Then below that, we can have another section for topography. This is where we define styles for H1, H2, H3, and so on. Then we can have another section for our forms. So we can have various classes for styling different types of input fields. After that, we can have a section for our navigation bar and so on. So adding these comments help us logically separate different sections in our style sheet. Once again, for a large project, you really want to split this file into multiple files and then combine them as part of your build process. Third, avoid over-specific selectors. This is the most common problem I see amongst various front-end developers. So let's say we want to have a div with the class of nav. Inside this div, we want to have a UL with the class of items. And inside this UL, we want to have 3 list items. So li times 3. Now, let's add some text. Link 1, link 2, and link 3. Good. Now, to style these list items, some people write a selector like this. We have a div with the class of nav. Inside this div, we have a UL with the class of items. And here we have a bunch of list items. Now, this selector is overly specific and becomes hard to maintain over time. As you write more selectors like this, you will end up with a lot of important keywords and your styles will not behave the way you expect. So let's look at the specificity of this selector. We hover our mouse over here. Look, the specificity is 23. We talked about this in the first part of the series. So we have 2 class selectors and 3 element selectors. Now let me show you how we can reduce the specificity and make this rule more relaxed. The first thing I want to do is to remove these direct child selectors because our rule knows too much about our markup structure. What if tomorrow we come back here and decide to wrap this UL inside another container like a div? Then our rule is going to break because the UL element will no longer be a direct child of this div element, right? So let's remove these direct child selectors. And by the way, that doesn't mean that we should never use direct child selectors, but as much as possible, we should avoid them to make our selectors more relaxed. Okay? Now, the second problem is that our rule knows about the type of our HTML elements. So it knows that we have a div with a class of nav. What if tomorrow I decide to change the type of this element to nav? Then our rule is going to break. So to prevent this from happening, we should remove the type of HTML elements. Now, what about the list item? Well, we can give these items a class like item, and then it doesn't matter if we use a list item or another type of element in the future. So back to our markup, let me show you a cool trick. So I put the cursor here. Now on the top, we go to the selection menu. Look at the shortcut for this command. Add cursor below. On Mac, it's Alt, Command, and down. If you press these keys, we can add multiple cursors in the same column. So now we can type class equals item, all in one go. Good. Now back to our rule. Can we make this even simpler? Of course we can. We don't really need this second selector here. As long as we have an element with a class of item inside our nav, our rule is going to work. So the second part is unnecessary. Now, there's a problem with rules like this. What if we have a rule for the item class somewhere else? So over here, let's say we have a general rule for elements with this class, and here we set the background to yellow. Now, save the changes. As you can see, all our menu items now have a yellow background. But what if we don't want this yellow background in our navigation bar? Then we'll have to come back here and set background to none. That solves the problem, but writing code like this is ugly. Constantly, we have to undo styles applied somewhere else. Now, what if someone has used the important keyword here? Then the yellow background is back. So once again, we have to use the important keyword over here. See the problem? So how can we prevent this from happening? Well, the reason we're experiencing this issue is because the style we have defined here has leaked into this component, into the navigation bar component. To prevent this from happening, we can use a prefix over here. So with this, we're representing an item inside our navigation component. So back to our markup, let's select all these classes and prefix them. Good. Now back to our style sheet. We don't have to undo the background anymore, and the problem is gone. Now back to our style sheet, I would argue that we don't even need to use nesting here because we have used a prefix. So whether we add the nav class here or not, it doesn't matter because we're not going to use this class outside of our navigation bar, right? Now look at the specificity of this selector. It's 10. Initially we had 32 or 23, I don't remember exactly, but we reduced that to 10. So this is how we can write clean, maintainable selectors. Now the fourth best practice, avoid the important keyword. Avoid it as much as possible. If you're using the important keyword, that means you have done something wrong somewhere else. Most likely, you have written an overly specific selector. Next, while not compulsory, it's a good practice to sort CSS properties. So let's say we have these styles for our navigation items. As you can see, these properties are not sorted. This makes it hard to read them. So here we can select all these properties. Then we bring up the command palette and search for sort. We have sort lines ascending. Boom. Simple as that. Next, take advantage of style inheritance. So back to our navigation item. Here we can set the font family to the system font stack. And here's what we get. But what if we go back to our markup and inside this navigation bar, we add an anchor with a class of brand. Let's say my website. So this brand is styled differently. Now we can come back here and give that element a class like nav-brand and repeat the font family property here. This is a terrible practice. What we need to do here is to apply the style on the parent element, which is the nav element. So on the top, if we use nav, then we remove this. Now, all these elements are inheriting the same style. All right, what's next? Extract repetitive patterns in your style sheet. This is part of a larger discussion called object-oriented CSS, which we're going to talk about shortly. And finally, avoid repetitive values in your code. We talked about the dry principle before. Don't repeat yourself. So next, I will show you how to use CSS variables to avoid repetition in your code. All right, now let's see how we can use CSS variables, also called custom properties, to keep our code dry. So I'm going to add a div with a class of 1. And next to that, I'm going to add a div with a class of 2. Now, let's define some styles. I'm going to give the same background to both these elements. So we're going to set the background to, let's say, FFDD36. Now let's duplicate this and change the class to 2. So we have repeated the background color in 2 places. This is a very common problem in a lot of style sheets. This is where we can use CSS variables to get rid of this duplication. So on the top, we use the root pseudo class selector. This selector matches the HTML element. This is where we can define custom properties or global variables. So we start with 2 hyphens and then give our variable or custom property a name. We can say primary color or color primary. Doesn't really matter. Then we set the value. Now, the value doesn't have to be a color. It can be anything. So we can define another custom property for the size of our borders. So we can say border size 2 pixels. We can also have another custom property for border radius. So let's say we want to use a border radius of 10 pixels consistently everywhere on this website. This is where we define these values. Now, these custom properties get inherited by all elements in the DOM. So over here, we can access the background using the var function. So we call this function and then type the name of our custom property. So color-primary. Similarly, over here, we call the var function and set the primary color. Now back to our page, let's bring up DevTools and select one of these elements. Look, we have inherited this background color, which was initially defined in the root element. So all these properties we defined here are inherited and are accessible using the var function. If you have been programming, you probably heard of the term object-oriented programming, which is basically a set of principles for creating reusable components. We have the same concept in CSS, so we can structure our styles and make them reusable. If we can reuse our styles, then we don't have to repeat them over and over. So we'll end up with a smaller, more maintainable style sheet. So object-oriented CSS is based on 2 very simple principles, which you're going to master in just a few minutes. The first principle says separate container from content. So let's start off by adding a header with the class of hero. And inside this header, we want to add a button with the class of btn. We can say sign up. Now let's define some styles for the button. So here we can say we have a hero, and inside the hero we have a button with these styles. I'm going to set the background to gold, border to 0, to get rid of the default ugly border that all browsers apply. Then we're going to give it a border radius of 30 pixels. So we have nice round corners. We need to give some padding. Let's say 1 rem for vertical and 2 rems for horizontal padding. And finally, we set the font family to the system font stack. Okay, so we get this beautiful gold button in the hero section, which is also called the banner. Now, what if you want to have the same kind of button in another section, like a sidebar? Back to our markup, we can represent a sidebar using the side element. So we give it a class like side-bar. Now, inside this sidebar, we want to add a button with the class of btn. And the label can be contact. Now look, this new button doesn't have those styles. So back to our style sheet, here's one way to solve this problem. We can select all this code, duplicate it, and then change the parent element from hero to sidebar. Obviously, this solves the problem. But as I told you before, duplication is bad. We want to keep our code dry. So this is where the first principle of object-oriented CSS comes to the rescue. Separate container from content. In this example, the button is the content, and the hero or the sidebar is the container. We want to separate the content from the container. So I'm going to get rid of this hero. Now we have a button component with these styles. With this, we no longer need all these extra styles. So we can have a button with this class, and this button always looks the same no matter where we place it. Whether we place it in the hero section or a sidebar or the footer, it always looks the same. So that was the first principle. The second principle says separate structure from skin. To explain this principle, let's say we want to make the button in the sidebar blue. So it's going to have the same size and padding as the other button, but it's going to have a different background color. So back to our markup, here's the button in the sidebar. We can change the class to something like button-blue. Now, back to our style sheet, we can grab all these styles, duplicate them, and of course, we know this is a terrible thing to do, but bear with me for a moment. So we're going to change the class to button-blue, and here we set the background to Dodger blue. So the problem is solved, but we ended up with duplication again. This is where the second principle comes to the rescue. So in this example, our button has some structure which is defined by these properties, and it also has some skin, some shell. The skin can be blue or yellow. The second principle says we should separate the skin from the structure. So we want to have a button class that purely defines the structure without the background color. Then we define a second class, let's call it BTN Gold, for defining a skin. This is where we use the background color. Now it's better to change the name of this class to BTN-primary. So if in the future we decide to change this background color to something else, we don't have to come back here and rename that class as well. So we use an abstract name for this class, okay? Now similarly, we're going to have another class for defining another skin, which we can call BTN-secondary. And this is where we use the blue background. And of course, we don't need these other properties that define a structure, okay? So now we have absolutely no duplication in our code. We define the structure here with two separate skins. Now back to our markup. For our first button, we're going to give it a second class that is BTN-primary. And for the second button, we're going to have two classes, BTN and BTN-secondary. Now we have two buttons with different colors, and we have zero duplication in our code. This is the result of applying object-oriented principles. Let's talk about a popular naming convention called BEM, which is short for Block Element Modifier. The idea of BEM is to think of our web page as a bunch of blocks or components or modules. These blocks can contain elements and can be modified. Let me walk you through a real example. Look at this web page. This piece of UI that we have here is called a block or a component or a module. As you can see, this block is repeated in multiple places. So we can build these building blocks and then compose them together to build a real complex web page. Now I've got a question for you. What other building blocks do you see here? Think about it for a few seconds. Here's the answer. We have buttons. Again, they're repeated. We have lists in this particular style with green ticks. We also have badges. So these badges are repeated. And here's another example of a badge. So these are the individual building blocks on this page. Now, back to the original building block. We call this block a card. Now, a card can contain elements like a header. In this header, we can have other elements like the price, the billing cycle, and a description. These elements only make sense in the context of this block. In other words, the price with this particular style or the billing cycle doesn't make sense outside of this block. So a block can contain elements or other blocks. Now, a block can also be modified. So here's the standard version of our cards, but here's a different version with a different background color and the popular badge. So let's see how we can use the BEM convention for naming the classes for these elements. So we're going to start by adding a div with a class of card. Now this card can have a header element. So we add a header. Now we want to give this a class, so we don't have to use the element type in our selectors. But what should we call this class? We don't want to use a generic name like header, because as I told you before, somewhere else we can have a rule for this class, and the styles defined there would leak into this element. We don't want that. Now, earlier I told you that we can use a prefix like this. That's totally fine, but using the BEM convention, we have to separate these two parts using two underscores. So first we add the name of the block, followed by two underscores and the name of the element. Now, inside the header, we might have a span for the price element. So a span, now what should we call this class? Are we going to say card, header, price? Well, that's way too long and unnecessary. This price element is part of this card, so we can simplify this to card price. Now, next to the header, we can have a div with the class of card _, body. And in the body, we can have a button. So button. Now, what is going to be the name of this class? Is it going to be card _, button? No, because button is an independent block or component that can exist outside of this block. So we're going to drop the prefix. Good. Now, earlier I told you that BEM is short for block element modifier. So we covered blocks and elements, but what about modifiers? Well, you saw that we can have different versions of our cards. So here's the standard version and here's the popular version. This is an example of a modifier. So back to our markup. If you want to make this card a popular card, we have to give it an extra class called card _ popular. So we use double hyphens to separate a block from a modifier and two underscores to separate a block from an element. This is the BEM convention. Now, initially, you might think this is a bit verbose, but trust me, the more you use it, the more you're going to appreciate it. And if you don't like it at all, that's totally fine. You can use any convention that you prefer. But BEM is a convention that a lot of projects use. That's why I covered it in this course.